Can I say it's good to see so many members of the public here for the items that's before us today. I don't know which, there's two substantial items, and they might be there for both or just one, but you're very welcome. Over to you, Andy, please.
The webcast started, Chair, so if you want to take over.
Certainly will. Okay, if I go through my notes, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the meeting of the City Plans Panel. My name is Councillor Jim McKenna, and I will be chairing today's meeting. Could I remind everyone that today's meeting is being live streamed on the City Council website, so the public can observe the meeting without needing to be present. City Plans Panel deals with applications from the city centre, as well as the largest and most significant applications the council receive. The aim of the panel is to hear all relevant information from applicants, members of the public and council officers to help members of the panel make their decision. Could I now invite members and officers to introduce themselves and mute your microphones once you have introduced yourself? Can I start on my left, please? Daljit.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Daljit Singh. I lead the City Centre planning team.
Afternoon, I'm Adam Ward. I'm the team leader for Southwest team.
Hello, Gillian MacLeod, Transport Development Services Manager.
Good afternoon, Councillor Caroline Gruen. I'm the Councillor for Bramley and Stanningley Ward.
Good afternoon, Councillor Sharon Hamilton, Moortown and Meanwood Ward.
Good afternoon, Councillor Kaylee Brooks, Little London and Woodhouse Ward.
Good afternoon, Councillor Peter Carlill, Carvely and Farsley Ward.
Good afternoon, Councillor Al Garthwaite, Headingley and Hyde Park Ward.
Good afternoon, everybody. Councillor Walshaw, Headingley and Hyde Park.
Good afternoon, Toby Russell, Senior Technical Officer.
Good afternoon, Daniel Lambeth, Senior Technical Officer.
Good afternoon, my name is Robert Finnegan. I am a councillor for the Morley North Ward.
Good afternoon, everyone. Councillor Colin Campbell.
Councillor David Blackburn, Farnley and Wortley Ward.
Good afternoon, Councillor Barry Anderson, Adlin Wharfdale Ward.
Good afternoon, Councillor Paul Wadsworth, Guysing Road and Ward.
Good afternoon, everybody. Councillor Dan Cohen from the Audley Ward.
Good afternoon, Stephen Varley, Design Officer.
Good afternoon, Andy Booth, Clerk to the panel.
Good afternoon, Matthew Hills, Legal Officer.
Good afternoon, David Feeney, Chief Planning Officer.
Good afternoon, Jonathan Carr, Head of Development Management.
Thank you for that all. Can we now move to agenda item 1? Over to you, Andy.
Thank you, Chair. Under agenda item number 1, we've got no appeals against the refusal of inspection of documents. Under item number 2, there are no items required in the exclusion of the press and public today. Under item number 3, I'm not aware of any late items of business. Under agenda item number 4, could I ask members if they've got any declarations to make? No. Okay, and moving on to agenda item number 5, there are no apologies for absence today, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. Can we then go to item number 6, please? Minutes of the previous meeting held on the 16th of April, 2022. Can I go through in the usual way, page by page? Starting with page 9, page 10, page 11, page 12, page 13, and finally page 14. Can members move these as a true record? Okay, that's been moved. Any matters arising or corrections? If not, then can we move on to agenda item? David?
It says on the agenda minutes at 16th of April. It says on the minutes at 21st of April. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. This application was last reported to Plans Panel on the 25th of November of last year, and it included a member site visit. It was deferred for reasons set out in the new report that members have before them. Just by way of reminder, it's an allocated site in the SAP for general employment sites and lies adjacent to the motorway network just off junction 28 of the M62. It's within the main urban area and therefore it's considered to be a sustainable location. In terms of the proposals, this is a hybrid application, if members recall. So it's part in detail and part in outline, and that's for employment floor space, including general industrial and storage and distribution, which are classes B2 and B8 with ancillary offices. That's the outline element of the application, insofar as we don't have the full details of the design and layout and elevation treatment of the buildings. It's to establish the principle of that form of development, and that also includes associated parking, landscaping and infrastructure. The detailed part of the hybrid application includes the earthworks to form the development platforms, the bunds, the drainage features and the strategic landscaping. The principle, to some extent, is set out and established within the SAP allocation under policies EG219 and EG160. At the last meeting, the panel raised no particular concerns over the principle of development per se. However, it is important to stress the strategic importance of this site and the current national local situation. So at the moment, demand for industrial and logistics floor space in Leeds has significantly increased in the last 5 years, which reflect national and regional trends. The latest monitoring data shows that there is currently a shortfall of 42 hectares in the supply of general employment land against the requirements set out in Core Strategy Policy 9. Capital Park site at 28 hectares makes a significant contribution to the employment land supply, providing about 9% of the current supply in the district. It is only one of 2 remaining large sites over 10 hectares on the M62 M1 motorway corridors. The delivery of Capital Park will be important to meeting demand for industrial logistics floor space in Leeds, particularly for businesses who rely on good access to the motorway network. And just to amplify the importance of this with regard to national policy, so within the MPPF under section 6, which is entitled Building a Strong Competitive Economy, national policy, it sets out that planning policies and decisions should help create conditions in which businesses can invest, expand and adapt. Significant weight should be placed on the need to support economic growth and productivity, taking into account both local business needs and wider opportunities for development. Moving on to the issues that members had concerns with regard to at the last meeting. One of those issues was the Greenbelt, and some members had particularly concerns that the drainage works within the Greenbelt, which is not part of the allocation, don't forget, was inappropriate development in the Greenbelt. And I think officers tried to bring some reassurance at the panel meeting, but nevertheless, hopefully the information provided in the report gives members some level of comfort that the issues have now been addressed. It's probably worth starting off at the national level in terms of national guidance and looking towards Greenbelt policy at paragraph 150 of the framework. And what it says there, it says certain other forms of development are also not inappropriate development in the Greenbelt, provided they preserve its openness and do not conflict with the purposes of including land within it. These are, and one of the forms of development are engineering operations. Officers consider that the engineering operations proposed here to facilitate the development, which comprise the drainage works and the balancing ponds are engineering operations, and those operations do not harm. In fact, they indeed preserve the openness of the green belt and do not conflict with the purposes of including land within it. And for those reasons, officers are firmly of the view that the drainage ponds within the green belt are not inappropriate. The applicant has also submitted some evidence and sought legal advice of their own, and they concur with officers that it's not inappropriate development in the green belt. They've also cited an example at Pool Road in Otley, which was the subject of an appeal, where the inspector agreed that similar drainage works were not inappropriate development in the green belt. There are other examples across the city as well, where officers have accepted such works in green belt locations, provided they have preserved the openness. So in terms of green belt policy, our view and our advice to members is that it is appropriate in this location. In terms of the positioning of the units, I'll just run through the slides. These are the parameter plans and indicative master plans that were submitted with the application. Remember, this is an indicative plan. The applicant isn't seeking outline approval for the siting of the units. It's the amount of floor space. And this is an example or an indicative plan to demonstrate that those buildings of a certain floor space could be achieved on site. So there are 5 buildings proposed as part of this, although that's not fixed, it's indicative. So there are a number of buildings positioned around the site. And the parameter plans set out within the submission indicate the parcels of development land where buildings would be located on 3 parcels, parcel 1 here, parcel 2 and parcel 3, with buffer zones around the edge of the site to delineate gaps between any built form of development and the residential properties to the north and to the west. Another parameter plan as well, just emphasising the builder operations here. This is a zone which would include landscaping. And this is the landscaping plan here, which denotes the area of development in the green belt and the balancing ponds and drainage works and bunding that would take place along this elevation here and along this area there to the west. Again, that's just the access that was proposed as part of this development, which is off the main road that members observed on the site visit. Yes, sorry. Looking at the various options and the position of the buildings, members had concerns over the visual impact of this particular building on the residential properties along Topcliffe Lane there. What's interesting to note is there are only 3 residential properties that actually are orientated and face on towards the development site. A number of properties have their gable end elevations orientated towards the development site, as do these properties down here. There are only 3 properties which face the application site, and there are another 4 properties down here that are orientated towards the development site, albeit this area, this triangle, doesn't form part of the current proposals. It's not within the red line. So what the applicant has done is they've taken comments on board by members. They've looked at various options. This was the original submission. This is another potential option. This option has 6 buildings as opposed to the 5 before, located in different format. If I just jump back to the previous slide, you'll just note the difference there. So that's their option B. Another option was introducing 7 buildings instead of 5 or 6. Again, that's another scenario of how the development could work. What happens here is it takes one larger building that was previously proposed as option A and splits that into 2 with the service yard on that side. And then you've got another final option, option D, which also proposes 7 buildings. So these are purely indicative plans on how the site could be developed. It's not for members today to decide which option. The application is for outline, just to establish the principle and the access. Hopefully these help members in a guide to what could be achieved on site and what the relationship could be. What would be fixed are the parameters insofar as development wouldn't extend beyond this line here, and the built form of development wouldn't extend beyond that line there, apart from parking and service areas. Moving on to the visual appearance, the applicant has modelled some photo montages taken from Topcliffe Lane to the west of the site. And this is the existing situation now as you're looking west towards the site. So I'll just move back. That's the position of the picture there looking directly east. So that's the current situation there as we see it. This would be a scenario of tree planting, which is done within year 1. Members can note the line of the building here. This is based on option 1, a building of 22.5 metres. So you can see the planting there, trying to mitigate the impact of the development together with the bunding. And jumping forward a few years into year 5, that's what the predictions would be in terms of landscaping. So you can see it evolving and growing. And if we jump forward another few years into year 10, that landscaping is matured somewhat to the extent it helps screen the building. Looking at another option, this is option B. And this is a building that's further away from the residential properties. That's the modelling on the landscaping done at year 1. And jumping forward 4 more years into year 5, again planting trees maturing, and finally through to year 10. So you can see over time, and it will take time for trees to grow, obviously, that over time these trees will mitigate the visual impact of such quite significant buildings. In terms of looking at the sections as well, these sections demonstrate the relationship between some of the units and nearest residential properties. So, for example, here, this top section is a section running north-south through the site. So this is the section here. You can see the drainage ponds there, and these are the properties down here, which are that property there. So you can see there's quite a significant distance there. I think the main concern was the impact on what we know as Building 5, closest to Topcliffe Lane and the residential properties there. And there is more of a detailed slide there that shows the relationship. Sorry, just moving back. Sorry, it's jumped on. This is the relationship of Building 5 here with the properties, the 3 properties that are orientated towards the site on Topcliffe Lane. So members can see the bonding there and the planting that have been introduced and the separation distances involved there. Clearly, it's a tall building in relation to a domestic 2-storey house. Generally, 2-storey houses are anything from 8.5 to 9.5 metres generally. So clearly a building of 22.5 metres is going to be much bigger, much bigger than a dwelling. But given the separation distances involved, the bonding together with the landscaping, we feel that that's an acceptable relationship. Not only visually, but also from an amenity point of view as well, in terms of any dominance, overshadowing and overlooking, albeit we haven't got any detailed elevations at this stage, but officers don't have any doubts that a building of this scale, with the distances separating the residential properties, that it would have any significant impact on their living conditions. In terms of the visual appearance of the units, the applicant has supplied some visual photographs illustrating other large-scale B2 and B8 units across the country. And I think what these are trying to demonstrate is that you don't necessarily just get huge grey bland boxes. They can be articulated with glazing and other forms of cladding to help break up the scale and the mass. So I'll just run through these, and these are purely indicative, and they aren't going to be an exact representation of what we might see on site. That'll be dealt with the reserve matters. Again, a picture that shows quite a bit of glazing on the corner. Some of these employment uses and logistic buildings will inevitably contain some element of offices. Again, that's an example of various colour-coded cladding to help break up the mass. Again, glazing on that elevation as well. Same there with planting around the edges and signage. Again, use of colour on buildings and glazing to help break up the scale and proportions. And again, quite a significant amount of glazing on that building as well with louvres. So I think members can get a flavour of what it might look like, albeit we will be looking at it through the reserve matters submission and due consideration. Members also mentioned concerns over the impacts that it would have on residential properties. I've talked about the scale and mass, and officers believe there's going to be no significant impact. I think the main concern from members' point of view was the potential 24-hour operation and nature of these kind of uses. And I think, having discussed it with the applicants, the operational requirements of the general industry and logistics often require a 24-hour operation, and officers consider that it's acceptable in this location with the mitigation that's proposed at the separation distances. We can control the hours of construction. I think that's something that we're keen to ensure, that living conditions of residents aren't harmed by any 24-hour construction. And to that end, we've proposed a condition number 20 in the report, which requires the construction management plan and also construction hours to be submitted and agreed as well. I know members also had issues to do with light pollution as well. And again, there's no reasons why, through the detailed submissions through the reserve matters, we could control and negotiate a scheme which mitigates any harm through lower lighting columns and baffles and the orientation of lighting so it's not visible from residential properties. So that deals with the impact on residential properties. From a connectivity point of view, I think the members had concerns of how it connects to the local environment and to Morley. And I think what this slide here is showing, the development site in red here, and the improvements that would be made to the existing public footpath network. So these purple lines here where improvements would be made, running north, south and east, west. The darker line there shows new footpaths that are proposed as part of this development, which I'll come on to shortly. The red stars show the connections to various residential areas dotted in and around the site and how you get access to and from the site. So as you can see, there's lots of connection points around the site. And this is Morley Town Centre over here to the northwest, and it shows the proximity. This dotted line here is 1 kilometre in terms of, you get an idea of scale. You've got the station up here. And the blue lines show potential routes that people could walk to the town centre with those linkages. As part of this development, as well as the improvements to the junction 28, there's also enhancements to the pedestrian and cycle network as well. And with also the work that's going to be being undertaken as part of the Morley Town Fund, there's going to be improvements to the general environment for Morley and looking at connectivity, and that will include trying to seek connections and improvements to Morley Town Centre to and from the site at the Capital Park. In terms of landscaping, which I mentioned, and the connections with improvements to footpaths, members did raise some concerns about the amount of tree planting, and that's understandable given the council's climate emergency declaration. So more trees are going to be now proposed as part of this scheme than was originally proposed. The applicant is proposing 7,500 trees in structure planting, which would be whips, 1,750 standard trees, 250 heavy standard trees, 500 occasional tree planting around the ponds, and 40 street trees. This new area would be completely publicly accessible. It's a significant area of new green space that would be created, not only for the workers of the site to enjoy at lunchtimes, for example, but it will also connect to the residential areas to the north and to the west. So existing residents would have the benefit to utilise that and walk around that area in a managed way, which would be a new footpath network, essentially. And that would result in a 12.5% biodiversity net gain. Moving on to some of the images that the applicants provided, these show the network of paths around the drainage works, which would be publicly open for residents and workers of the development site. It could be quite an attractive site with new tree planting and the visual appearance of the ponds as well, which would benefit wildlife ecology. Again, another image of how the site could be developed. The applicant has got experience of dealing with this kind of thing. Within their Capital Park scheme at Goole, they delivered a 150-acre nature reserve as part of their Capital Park Goole site. And I think what that demonstrates is the applicant's commitment and experience in delivering such enhancements. Moving on to local employment, I think members had concerns of how that would be delivered and how that would fit in with Morley. So the applicant has taken on board the concerns of members and is committed to delivering land employment opportunities at the pre-construction, construction and operational phases. And in addition to the standard clauses that we would have in a 106, they have provided and offered 2 additional financial commitments. One of those is a £45,000 commitment to the Head Partnership, which is a sponsor of the Growing Talent Morley. More of that later. That would, in fact, I think the applicant's representatives have a representative from the Head Partnership. So if members have any particular questions on those employment initiatives and how that fits with Morley, I would take that opportunity to ask them. But also £50,000 to the Apprenticeship Fund. All of those benefits would be delivered through the Section 106 agreement. In terms of traffic congestion, the main impact from this development is obviously on the motorway network and the local strategic network of Leeds, and being junction 28, just off the M62. And in conjunction with our own highways officers, highways officers at Kirklees and the officers within National Highways, a scheme of mitigation has been designed to an acceptable levels to mitigate that level of harm. And the applicant will be delivering that scheme at a cost of £4 million. And that's not only beneficial to traffic and congestion and help mitigating the impact, but there are improvements to the pedestrian and cycle network as well to facilitate pedestrians and cyclists getting into the site. By way of update as well, we have received additional representations since the report was published. Those have come from ward members in the area. We've got comments from Councillor Oliver Newton. The comments are: the amendments show no reduction in size and positioning of the development, no confirmation from the developer as to when the units will operate, or information on noise and light pollution during construction. Developer failed to address greenbelt issues and is just illustrating the planting of more trees. The Gould site is different to Morley with regard to its geography, environmental issues, and is not comparable. Developers' response to local employment is insufficient. No real consultation with the public. The connectivity with Morley Town Centre and its station is problematic. The 24-hour operations would generate noise and pollution, and the application under the Climate Emergency Declaration. Also, comments from Councillor Wyn Kidger and Councillor Jane Senior. The comments are that other industrial units are available across Morley, Leeds and West Yorkshire, and this development is not presently necessary. The 24-hour logistic operations will impact on residential amenity, noise and pollution, impact on traffic congestion, increasing pollution, reducing highway safety. No evidence that development will comply with policies EN1 and EN2. The application undermines the Climate Emergency Declaration by turning a carbon-absorbing site into a carbon-producing site. 13 further representations have been received from local residents. Those are: the size of the development will have a huge impact on the landscape. Developer has not spoken to residents. Problems with the publicity process. Issues with a 24-hour business close to residential. Noise and pollution, including noise from loading areas, including from building 6 on option B. Options do not minimise scale of buildings. Number of buildings may be increased and thus profits. No lorries using the site. It will take years before the effective barrier is placed between residents and the warehouses. Unless end users are known, difficult to determine lighting requirements. Increased odour, impact on wildlife. Concerns that drainage works are in the green belt and should be in the development site instead. The balancing ponds in the green belt will be difficult to construct due to levels. The site should be developed for the enjoyment of the local population. Land levels will be increased and houses overlooked. Developer site in Gould, not next to residential. Already unused units at Capital Park. Developer does not know end users. The 22 metre high buildings are tall, which will have a huge visual impact on the area. Bunds and trees will be unaffected for 10 years, and more needs to be done to avoid flooding. Concerns that warehouses may be empty in a recession, and the impact of that might bring on inflation. Speculative development with no guarantee of jobs. The country park is a joke, and tree planting will take 15 years to mature. Merging of motorway junctions are complicated, with the users taking M1 junction 41 and M62 junction 28 to avoid queues, increased traffic and pollution, and the planner's lack of familiarity with the road system. So that's the additional comments that have been received, Chair. Also, it's worth pointing out, and hopefully members have picked this up in the report, the publicity for the additional information that was submitted, and these weren't revised plans, so nothing was technically revised. It was just additional information to help members and officers with their decision making. The publicity for that does not expire until the end of today, and hence the recommendation to allow consideration of further representations in consultation with the chair should new issues arise. So, in conclusion, the site and the development will deliver a key employment scheme which will be strategically important to Leeds and the Leeds City region. It will be located on an allocated employment site and thus represents a sustainable form of development. Officers believe that the applicant has satisfactorily addressed all of the concerns previously raised, and thus the application is recommended for approval. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Adam. Before I open up to questions to you from members, we have two speakers which we need to hear from first. And I've got them down as Councillor Oliver Newton and Chris Bell. So if you would come forward, please. Good afternoon, Councillor. And Chris, as you know, you have 4 minutes between you to make your speech, and you may divide it up in any way you wish. So your time commences now. When you're ready, please.
Yep. So hello again. Firstly, thank you for allowing us to speak on behalf of residents. We have residents in the audience and a few hundred watching back at home live. So the 200-page response from the developers touching issues such as highways, tree planting and employment. But at the last plans panel meeting in November, the fundamental concerns raised were the 24 hours, the use of the green belt, the size and the location. But these issues have merely been addressed by the developers in their response. And the response constantly talks about logistics in that we've now increased demand, which is fine. But we know that this will be a 24-hour operation. And the majority of the operations at the existing Capital Park are office-based, 9 to 5. The businesses that operate outside of these office hours are the hotel and the car showroom. And these are currently situated a far distance away from the residents. The proposed units have not changed in size in any way since the last plans panel meeting. And it's unlikely that the residents in a settled community will not feel the impacts of noise and light nuisance caused by the 24-hour operation. Now, the applicant says that they engaged with the local community in a positive and meaningful way, but the applicant has not understood other potential issues that could affect the community. I've just got one example just this week that were raised with me. So most of the residents' homes are situated at the bottom of the hill, and the units are going to be at the top of the hill. Some residents cannot even enjoy a good TV signal without a signal booster because the hill blocks the signal. Now, they're going to be units that are 22 metres high on top of this hill. But this is just a small example, but it could get worse and worse and worse. And I know that planning operates in the public interest. And yes, this is a private matter. But with more and more residents being affected, this is an example of a private matter that could change the well-being of the general public in some way. A collection of little instances like this makes the decision operate in the public interest. Turning to the green belt and the applicant's comments to a public park, they suggest that they have a track record of providing the redevelopment in Goole as their success story. In terms of geography, Goole and Morley are completely different. Morley's population is nearly double. We know that there's a busy junction 28 and junction 27 that serves Morley and the surrounding areas. And junction 36 at Goole serves the town only, but serves no other major settlements and is 30 miles from a city. It also has miles of green space around, 2 canals, 1 river, and next door to the existing development are these canals and rivers to mitigate the environmental impacts. On the other hand, Morley has little green space left. For the purposes of Leeds and Morley, this development has to be ignored and disregarded. So it's clear that the impact on the local area is going to be huge. There will be the general nuisance of noise and light for 24 hours. Even the connectivity proposals, the 1 kilometre catchment area. Morley is built on 7 hills. A Morley kilometre is not the same as a normal kilometre. The commitments promised for the area lack substance, but what cannot be forgotten are the fundamentals from the last Plans Panel meeting, all of which are yet to be addressed, and therefore a refusal is appropriate.
Thank you, Oliver. Is there any time left?
Yes. Yeah, I've got about a minute remaining, Chair.
You have about a minute then.
A minute.
Chris.
Okay, no problem. Good afternoon. Thank you. So, as you can see, we have been inundated with objections and a very active campaign that saw around 80 people at the last meeting that we had just for an update, which shows just how committed the community are to protect this area. We do accept that at some stage there will be employment provisions made on this land, but we believe this is the wrong time in such uncertain financial times, rampant inflation, with the war situation in Ukraine affecting food supply. Farmland is a vital premium, and this is the wrong type of use of the land as 24-hour use in such proximity to residential areas is going to be hugely detrimental to the quality of life of thousands of people, and also that
So 4 minutes, Chair.
Could you finish with a sentence, please, Chris? You will have the opportunity, further opportunity, if members wish to ask questions, and I'm sure they will.
Right. I'll probably cover it in the questions so you'll have.
Okay, thank you for that, Chris and Oliver. Open to questions from members. Councillor Finnegan.
Thanks, Chair. Can you give us a little bit of a flavour about the properties that surround this site? I'm particularly interested in how long they've been there. And we're talking, if you like, the Magpie Lane Estate, Peacock Green and other places, Topcliffe Lane, the Glen Estate, which is adjacent to this particular development, and whether they were there prior to any of this industrial development at that particular point. So if you could give us a bit of a flavour of, this has been here for 100 years or 25 years or whatever it is, and give us an indication. Either real will do.
Yeah, so the properties have been there way before the development, and members will have noticed at the site visit in November that Topcliffe Lane, the residents have been there well over 100 years, as well as the industrial mills that are next to it. So yes, in terms of residential, the answer to that is yes.
Further questions from members? I see no hands. In that case, can I thank Chris and Oliver for their contribution? The developers are present. Can I invite them to come over and respond? Good afternoon, all. And as you know, you also have 4 minutes to make your presentation. So please begin when you're ready and introduce yourselves as you speak, please.
My name is Paul Beckett, Head of Development at Sterling Capital. Following the Plans Panel meeting in November, we've made a number of strategic changes in light of members' comments. These include greater clarity on the local employment agreement, including aligning ourselves with the Ahead Partnership, an organisation which facilitates engagement between occupiers and school. Stephanie of the Ahead Partnership will detail this further shortly. A new contribution of £50,000 to an apprenticeship fund, enabling stakeholders to help locals secure and complete apprenticeships. Enhanced landscaping with a commitment to plant over 10,000 trees on site. This commitment supports and enhances Leeds City Council's Woodland Creation Scheme, who we are now working closely with. A new commitment of £50,000 to design, implement and operate a newly public accessible park, keeping this 30 acres free from development in perpetuity, with details to be determined through engagement with the local community. Stirling Capital have delivered a similar scheme in Goole, working with Friends of Oak Hill and Goole Town Fund to help deliver ecological and social benefits to the area. Additional indicative master plans for the site have been prepared to demonstrate that there are many ways of which this site could be developed within the parameters set out in the application, and the layouts are not fixed. Over £5 million has been agreed in contributions from this scheme towards addressing existing highway capacity issues, including enhanced facilities for pedestrians, cyclists to safely cross the motorway junction, improving connectivity to surrounding residential neighbourhoods to enable locals to access the 2,000 new jobs easily and sustainably. We hope that members will now support this application, seizing this window of opportunity to ensure that the significant benefits of the scheme can be delivered quickly. Over the last 5 months, in partnership with Leeds City Council and WICA, we've been progressing a major occupier requirement with an existing Leeds-based blue chip company who wants to expand within the city, bringing forward long-term investment and a large number of new, highly skilled green jobs. We're really excited by the opportunity, and with your help, we can deliver them with a bespoke new facility that they require, delivering a positive legacy for Morley and the city. I'll now hand over to Stephanie of the Ahead Partnership.
Thank you, Paul. I'm CEO of the Ahead Partnership. We're a social enterprise headquartered in Leeds, and we're launching a new long-term programme linked to the Morley Towns Fund deal to provide a year-on-year programme of employer-led skills and careers activity for young people in Morley to raise their aspirations, showcase careers and connect them to employers and jobs. The activities are going to include live brief projects designed around the individual Towns Fund projects, so young people can be properly involved and inspired by the transformation coming to their area, alongside a calendar of workplace visits, careers panels, workshops and work experience, all supported by local businesses with a big focus on digital skills. We need private sector co-funding to launch this programme, and Stirling Capital has committed to provide this if it is successful in this application, directly matching funds that are provided by the Morley Towns Fund Board itself. The programme's under development now with its own steering group reporting to the Towns Fund Board. We're currently working with the Town Centre Manager and others to engage businesses in Morley Town Centre and larger businesses such as Zolzer Pumps and Brandon Medical, those at the White Rose Centre, the White Rose Office Park and Capital Park. Consultation with local schools, with the Morley Academy, Bruncliffe Academy, Elliott Hudson and Woodkirk, and the primary sector schools through the cluster lead will all start in June, and it will start delivering activity this autumn term. It's a very exciting programme and the first of its kind, and that's why I'm supporting this scheme.
I believe that might be the 4 minutes up. Is that right?
There's 10 seconds remaining. Chair.
Oh, well. Okay. He's very diligent, Toby. Thank you. Can I invite members to ask questions of developers, please? Councillor Finnegan.
Thank you, Chair. And I acknowledge what Paul's saying about there have been improvements in terms of the employment agreement on tree planting. I don't disagree. We can discuss and debate that, the highway side of it. But I was going to let him off. I was going to say, I'm not going to have a go at him this afternoon at the point until he said, we're spending £5 million on improving the traffic flow through this particular junction. Now, the issue is you're paying that to mitigate the problems that you're actually bringing to it. So I think that's entirely different from saying improvement. It's not like you accept, as we all accept, that it is a problematic junction at this particular point. It's not really about improving it. It's about mitigating the damage or the difficulties that you will bring to this junction. That's correct, isn't it, Paul?
Over there, yeah. I'll ask Gillian to step in, but when I referred to improving, that was the connectivity across the roundabout. At the moment, walking, cycling is very, very hard. And what we're proposing makes that moving across on a bicycle or by foot much easier. Well, it makes it possible.
Sorry, did you say Julian was going to step in at this stage?
I didn't know if Gillian had anything to add.
Okay.
They can ask officers later.
Okay. We will come to that section later on. Councillor Finnegan, was that your questions or have you finished? You did say that. Thank you. Kaylee, please. Councillor Brooks.
Thank you, Chair. I've got a couple of questions. So on slide 19, it shows the service yard is on the side of the residential properties. I'm just puzzled as to why you haven't orientated it in a different way so that residents are protected from the noise. Like it's a really easy mitigation to make. Just to protect against noise issues. And then my second question is regarding the apprentices. How many apprentices will 50,000 pay for? Like, what will the impact be on that in the local area?
Thanks. Yes, the layouts we provided are indicative to show how the scheme could come forward. I think the way we've orientated the service yard on this particular one was to get the building even further set back from the residential houses. And with the advances in technology, we can reduce noise pollution from the service yards with the noise attenuation and the bunding on that side. So the various layouts were very much to show how it could come forward when we come to look at the detail of the buildings. So
this would be covered in the reserve matters. This is an indicative layout. It's just one option. So the sections were done on the, if you like, the worst case scenario. So this is the sections were done purposely on the worst case scenario.
I don't understand why you'd come to a plans panel with a worst case scenario rather than coming with guarantees that that won't happen. Like if you know the site and you're coming and you're saying we want to have this amount of stuff built on it, why wouldn't you come to panel with guarantees that that won't be happening?
Well, this is that detail would be agreed at the reserve matters. What we're asking for planning permission for today is a set amount of employment development with a certain height, but we're not asking for the permission and the location of the buildings. That would be, so members would have, and members of the public would have a further stage when we've got more firmer proposals, when we know what the occupiers would be and where that would be sited. So
these are based on the worst case on the parameters that the application is set out.
If I may, Chair, why don't you come to panel with the best case so that we can judge it on the best case? Like I just don't understand why you bring this to us when it's really obvious that there will be an impact on the local community, and that's why there's so many people objecting to it. Like, why can't you work with the local community to make sure that everything is being mitigated?
We are.
And then there's also my second question that still needs answering, please.
That's fine. We are committing to coming back and consulting with the general public and yourselves when we come back to a reserve matter stage. So what we want to portray here is it's an outline consent, and there are various ways this can come forward. And it's not to say that the service yards will be there. It may be that the buildings are on that boundary. That's why there's 4 different options, what you can see in front of you. And on your matter of apprenticeships, the contribution is to help the apprentices with either with travel, with resource, getting to the sites. So the occupiers are there to attract as many apprenticeships as they can and make it easy for those apprenticeships to get to site, either with travel, with clothing, that specialist clothing, education process, and with what Stephanie's doing and the wider apprenticeship program is it's making it easy for them to be an apprentice on the scheme. It's not allocating an amount of money per head. It's just facilitating the apprenticeship scheme.
So how many apprentices will it benefit?
We're going to generate 75 apprenticeships on this scheme.
It's okay, Kelly? Good. Can I bring in David now, please?
It's very much similar to what Kaylee was saying about layouts. I mean, you said layouts are not fixed, but the issue is, we know this is an employment site, but the issue is how you lay it out and at what heights you lay it out. And the point is if we give you permission, how can we guarantee, how can we safeguard our position if you come back with something that's not acceptable? Because we find it very difficult to turn it down. So from my point of view, you should be coming back with much more about layout. So why haven't you? And the second question is, I know in reports they were talking about tree planting, and they were mentioning whips. I didn't catch how many said that how many whips you were planting, but bearing in mind, I've had quite a bit of experience of planting whips over the last 2 or 3 years, and the fact is a lot of them die off, don't take. What guarantees we've got that if you plant the whips that you're going to plant, they'll mature into trees?
In terms of layouts, this is an outline scheme, and what we've tried to do is provide different options. We have fixed heights, so you've got some certainty about the heights. We've fixed the developing areas and the landscape areas. What members would have opportunity to look at the layout at the reserve matter stage. That's the detail stage. You're well in your rights if you're not happy at that stage to refuse that. So what we're asking for is an outline in principle of employment development within those parameters. We tried to provide 4 different layouts so to show different alternative options.
Just take the second part of the question about whip planting particularly, and the whips, obviously, and all the landscape and new planting will be subject to a landscape management plan, which Stirling Capital will need to commit to and will get approved through discharge of planning condition. And typically within those planning conditions, there'll be a requirement to replace any plants, whips, trees, which don't take within an initial period of time. So there will be a commitment from us to make sure that planting fulfills its requirement.
Okay.
Retention of landscape.
Yeah, there is a condition regarding retention of landscaping, and Dalgid has just told me that any whips or anything that dies within 5 years will be replaced. So the condition exists. There is, as stated, quite a loss of whips. We know that from our own areas that's been planted, and it's a good question. But with that backstop, I suppose we could ensure that quite a few of them will survive. But more of that later, I guess. Dan, please.
Thank you, Chair. Could you just confirm to me, we are right in our understanding that this industrial site is going to be occupied and used 24 hours a day?
If that's the case, yes.
Okay, Peter, please.
Thanks, Chair. A quick one to help with the question I'll be asking officers later. The works you've got that are proposed outside the allocation that are required to enable the site to come forward, is it required that those works are done in that particular location, or is it around maximising what you the amount of development space you've got on the site?
Is that the drainage ponds?
The drainage ponds,
Yes.
and essentially anything that's out with the allocation for the site?
Yes, there's sort of a few reasons why the ponds are where they are. Firstly, it's for technical reasons due to the topography of the site and for drainage purposes. Secondly, because they are acceptable in planning policy. And thirdly, it really is to do with maximising the allocation to ensure that as much employment development takes place on the allocated site as possible. So there's threefold. I don't know if there's anything else you want to add to that one.
Thank you. Colin, please.
Can I just ask a question in relation, I suppose, to the height? Because what you're asking us for basically is permission to develop the site for employment and to deliver a certain quantity of, I suppose, ground floor space is what we're talking about, plus the reference to height. Now, looking at what your artist's impressions of things that you might put on there, they appear to be adopting the sort of shed principle of a lot of these new developments, rather than, I was thinking of specific office developments which have a different profile. Is there a standard minimum size for a shed? I only say that because one of your pictures shows what looks like a large distribution centre. And I presume that I won't say they're an off-the-shelf design, but effectively they're designed to meet a lot of different type of storage distribution companies. But is there a specific,
Generally, they are very much occupier led. So it is the buildings are built for that specific occupier. So different businesses have different height requirements. I don't know if you've got anything.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right, Hannah.
Yeah.
It is all dependent on the occupier and what height they want. If it's advanced manufacturing, potentially not as high as a logistics building. So I think it's, as you rightly say, it's very much occupier led.
So would you be, if because one of the questions we're being asked is about the height of buildings, would you be happy if we made a specification in relation to where the highest buildings might be on the site? So if you've got I'm using an example, if you just want the simple, you say modern engineering, they don't need much of a height. If that was nearer the houses, to say a distribution facility which was further away, but would need to be higher because of storage, etc.
Yeah, one of the parameter plans that we're seeking approval for details the different heights within the site. So the maximum height is 22 metres in one part of the site. Other parts of the site are actually 14 metres and 20 metres high. So that plan does do that. So yes, that's what we're asking you to support.
Thank you. Can I bring in Paul now, please?
Thank you, Chair. I'm afraid I want to come back to this layout issue because I don't quite have the confidence in reserve matters that you may have in reserve matters. And I think a number of members on this panel are nodding, as you can see. And you brought this originally as a hybrid application 6 months ago, and the time was right then for a hybrid application, and you may be correct. But I would expect now the time to be right for a full application, of which you could have come with a layout that could be fixed, because the major concern of this panel in November was the distance between building 5 and the residential properties. Now you've come back with some scenarios. Some of us may think are better, some may think are worse, because in actual fact, in one scenario, you move the building back, but you put the service yard there. So you actually move the building, but you actually put a noise part there, which I think your colleague at the side of you says technology can remove noise. Well, maybe, but maybe technology wouldn't be necessarily deployed at the right times to remove that noise. So, but I don't see in this new submission to us that you have committed to removing the building and the service yard any further away from the properties than you did in November. So in that case, the application in that part of the site is exactly the same. There is no change. And my second question around occasional trees. Does an occasional tree just come on occasions and then go away? Is that an occasional tree? And where would it be planted to be there and not? You probably clarify. I'm not a tree expert.
With the first point about reserve matters, I have faith in reserve matters, because it is really the detail. So it is the parameters, it's the height, it's the specifics, where the building's going, how high it will be, an impact on visual amenity. I suppose the second point, the reason we're not sat here with full is Generally, schemes of this scale and this size, we occupiers are only really will sign on the dotted line once outline planning permission, and Paul will probably support me on this, once outline planning permission is achieved. It's too long in their business planning to wait for an outline planning permission. So they will go with a site that's got an outline consent. Hence why we're not sat here with a detailed scheme before you. But bits that are hybrid are the access points and the development platforms and the strategic landscaping. We are committed to doing that at day one, but the rest is incumbent on when we get an occupier. So we know their requirement. I don't know if you've got anything to add on that, Paul.
Yeah, every occupier has a different set of parameters for what a building needs to look like, layout, design, and coming to you with a full detailed application, it's just too far down in the food chain. What we really want is to secure an outline and then bring an occupier along, design the building for them within the parameters of the outline application. And these buildings we're looking at are going to be very bespoke to each individual occupier rather than an off-the-shelf product.
Put it in context, the distance we're talking from the nearest residential property is 85 metres. So that's just short of a rugby pitch. It's hard to visualise that, but that's what the kind of distance we're talking about. And there is a bund in between and noise mitigation.
There was a question of occasional. Yeah, do come back in.
My actual point was, though, that you have illustrated what you say is worst case scenario. So effectively, worst case scenario could still exist as it could have done in November. There's been no position change with that. And I do reconcile the 85 metres being a long way, but so is 22 metres high compared with a normal residential building. So the differences are retrospective, really, in the sense that it's further away, but it's a much taller building.
I think what we've tried to do to prepare the different options is to show there is many different ways the site could be developed. We've provided 4 options, but in actual fact, there could be 10, 15, 20 different ways of doing this. It was just to try and demonstrate. I know members last time didn't have the confidence that, you know, we were welded to that scheme, and to show that we're not. It will be incumbent upon which occupiers want to come to the site.
Going to respond on
and the trees, the occasional trees.
Yes, sorry, yeah.
Regarding.
I mean, the term is used really to differentiate from the other types of tree planting we've got on site. And there's obviously a lot of different approaches to planting on site. We've tried to take as much care as possible in the overall planting strategy. The occasional tree plant is defined on the parameter plan as groups of trees 15 metres apart. So there is control over, and it is quantified. It's just the headline term, which, yeah, hopefully is not confusing. But yeah, it is defined with exactly what it is.
We learn something every day, don't we? I can't see any more hands. Councillor Finnegan.
It's come up in this conversation. So in terms of the alternative layouts, you could have offered an alternative layout of a office building that would operate 9 till 5, couldn't you? As an alternative.
No, because the application's for B2, B8. So that's general industrial and warehousing. So with ancillary office. So no, we couldn't do an office, I'm afraid, as part of this application.
So no matter what happens, you couldn't have an office building where you've suggested these are, even though it's deemed to be an employment site. Have I understood that right?
The planning application is for B2, B8 users. So there's an element within those buildings of office as part of a company will they will have some offices within that building, but it won't be an office, an entirely office building. No.
Sorry, I'm not making myself clear. I do apologise to everyone for not being entirely clear. You come up with an alternative application on this site for an office set of buildings, 9 till 5 type of operation. Is that right? You could.
Not on this current application, no, not within the confines, but well, that's not what we've applied for.
I think that's a question probably to Adam or to our officers, but quite right, it would be a separate application. Okay, again, I see no hands, so may I move on to questions to officers? Councillor Groom, please.
Thank you, Chair. It's actually related to the discussion we've just been having, or the questions we've just been having, but it's aimed towards officers. So on slide 8 and 9, which give us options A and B, if you could just bring one of those up, please. So that little blue rectangle on the left-hand side with a blue arrow next to it, I'm presuming that's the viewpoint from which we're looking at slide 13. Is that correct? Yeah.
That's right, yes.
So the discussion that we've just been having, or the questions we've just been raising about different layouts, this is showing option A or option B. This is how it would look from that viewpoint, but it doesn't show us how it would look with the other layout options in place, does it? So that's the first point. So I think I would want to see what it would look like with the other options in place, or different options from that, just that one that's shown there. The second point that I wanted to make is that indicative building in front, behind the landscaping, that gradually disappears over 10 years growth, is shown in a very, very light shade. So it doesn't look particularly invasive or imposing. And given the different finishes and surface materials and so on that are shown in later slides, which of those are chosen to appear on that facade will make a huge difference to what that view looks like. And again, I think we need to be clear about what those are going to be like. Now, this is outline. I know that's what you're going to tell me, but I just want to check that we will in fact have the capacity to make those sort of judgments at the next stage when this plan comes back. Because sometimes we think that we've agreed something in principle, and then when it comes back, we're told, oh, you agreed that at the last stage. Okay. So I think this is really important that we understand that that is still up for grabs, and that we can still have a meaningful discussion about the facades and finishes of those buildings and the layouts from that viewpoint at the next stage.
Thank you, Carol.
Yes, thank you, Councillor. Yes, I can understand members' concerns over outline applications. It's essentially it's asking you to approve something without you having no knowledge of the detail, and I suppose that's the difficulty we have with outline applications, whether that's for employment or residential. I suppose what we have to, or the applicant has to demonstrate, is that the amount of floor space that they're trying to propose on site can be achieved on site without impacting on the site constraints, and those site constraints being a number of issues, including the impact visually and on the amenity of residential properties. And to that extent, I think the applicant has quite rightly just come up with potential options. I don't think members need to be or can pick an option just because it's purely indicative. And I think the images that the applicant has undertaken are helpful to some extent. I wouldn't say they're going to be 100% accurate, because who can really predict how trees are going to grow accurately? And you're right, the outline of the building is quite light in comparison to the skyline. So perhaps if it was a darker building, it would have a greater visual impact. But in doing so, that might be something that officers are mindful anyway in dealing with the reserve matters, to ensure that any development minimises its impact on the skyline. And I know that other buildings have been achieved where you try to maybe perhaps have a darker colour at the base to anchor the building to the ground, and then as you progress further up towards the skyline, the building could be lighter in colour. But yes, this is a purely indicative layout and a visual impact, but hopefully it enables members to aid their consideration today. In terms of reserve matters, you're absolutely right. If members have got any concerns, if outlines granted today and the reserve matters come in, it's within your gift of both officers and members to basically say, no, we're not accepting this. We've got reasons that we're concerned over in terms of the visual impact. So that's completely within your remit to bring an application to panel, should you so wish in the future. And we might be here in a few months' time, perhaps debating that particular reserve matters on the scale and the design of the buildings. Who knows? But I mean, the applicant hasn't modelled absolutely every scenario. You could go on endless. You could have, options A to Z, and you could have visuals and everything. But I think you need to draw a line at some point of where you stop. If you think that the applicant needs to do more, then that's up to you to guide them down that route at this stage. Thank you.
Thank you. It was just the last part of what you said that answered the question I asked. I just wanted to make sure that we secured our options for next time.
Thank you, Caroline. Councillor Finnegan, please.
Thank you, Chair. I've three questions really. Do you want me to ask you all in one go or separately? Okay, first one is our good old friend EN1. Colleagues know that I've raised this before. Could you tell me on the basis of EN1 the power requirements, so the amount of electricity that this site's going to generate, and could you also give me the figures that show that EN1 is going to be satisfied and we're going to generate 10% of that from renewables, as we're obliged to do to comply with policy EN1. So on the figures, we've discussed, we'll condition it, Council, you don't need to worry about this, it'll all be all right on the night. We'll come back and show you these figures. We've got experts lined up that we're going to employ, all of this sort of palaver, none of which materialises. And the concern that I have is, unless you can show me the figures at this particular point, EN1 satisfied, I have very little faith that the Planning Enforcement Department are going to go out there with their volt meters or whatever else they're going to do to say, yeah, you absolutely nailed it, EN1's actually done. So that's question one. Question two is, you say at page 19, panel 20, the additional package of information demonstrates that there is a critical lack of commercial space in the Yorkshire and the Humber region for employment users within the logistics sector. Can you point me to where in the package it actually says that? And just to help and assist you, I have the package here in front that I've actually read, which states there's 1.3 million square feet at the end of 2021. It also states there's 295,000 square feet of new speculative space under construction in 2022. And also states there's 1.2 million square feet in adjoining South Yorkshire, all of which is in the Yorkshire and Humberside region at this particular point. So at the point where you're saying there's a critical lack of commercial space, could you direct me where in the package it actually says that? And the third question is one that I tried to raise with the developer and won't get a clear answer. They could come forward with office development on this employment at site, couldn't they? If they chose to do so, 9 till 5 operation. Is that correct? Thank you, Chair.
Yes, in terms of EN1 and our renewable energy policies, again, I suppose it's the answer stemming back to the outline application. We don't know the detailed design of these buildings at this moment in time, so it's difficult to predict and to calculate an exact energy calculation. I mean, how could you without knowing the buildings and the specification? It's an impossible question to answer. Having said that, when you look through the applicant's submission, and they've provided additional information on this issue, and it's included in their environmental statement, what they've said is that the design of the buildings at the reserve matter stage will be designed to propose a zero carbon standard and fully achieve the BREEAM excellent rating. And they're fully committed to the provision of a minimum of 10% energy from renewables and low carbon energy systems as part of this development. And we would naturally condition that as part of this plan application, given that it's an outline. So that's the answer to that question. In terms of question two, the element of where in the package of information, I haven't, like you, I haven't printed mine out, so I haven't got that exactly in front of me. But we have had responses and information from colleagues in our policy team about the need for these kind of developments. I've said at the opening few words in my presentation that there's a high demand for industrial logistics floor space in Leeds, which also reflects the trends nationally as well. And we've said that this is an important site to Leeds. It's a significant contributor to the employment land supply. I think this site alone makes up 9% of the current supply in the district. So nearly a tenth of the supply will be provided just on this site alone. And in fact, it's only one of the two remaining large sites over 10 hectares left along the corridor. So in that respect, the information that I'm getting from my policy colleagues is that there is a demand for this type of accommodation and employment uses, and this will help deliver what's required within the city and the city region as well. terms of point 3, the office proposal, well, it's not a scheme before us. Like the agent said, we have a scheme for B2 and B8 uses. An office scheme would be a completely different proposal, a different use class. I don't think it's before or up to members, or certainly up to officers, to hypothetically consider whether an alternative scheme is acceptable here for office use. It's not a proposal before us, and I think I would direct members to just be determining the application which is before them, i.e. the general employment B2 and the distribution storage B8.
Thank you, Adam. Moving on then, Peter, Councillor Carlo.
Thanks, Chair. 3 points there. First one, I think I want to delve slightly further into where Caroline was going on this, just to make entirely clear. We had some reference to heights on the plan, and there've been certain areas of heights. And I know that this will be a developer that will be working with us and will be sure to work with us on the reserve matters, but not all developers have that or have the need to do that as they come forward. Can you confirm, as a first question, and I'll come back to my other two if that's okay, are we agreeing any maximum heights on this as part of this? Because surely at the reserved application, if they come back with, oh, well, I'm afraid the only people we could find to take this site were people that need 22 metres high units, and we have given an acceptance today that that's the maximum heights in the area, then we're going to have some difficulty arguing that at that stage. And I think I'm not looking at the layouts and the different options that are there. I would rather choose that at the stage we're looking at the options and we know what the orientation is and what it's going to be. I'm not happy really making a decision based on what may come back and a possible agreement of some heights at certain areas of the site. I'll do that as first question, if that's all right, Chair, and then come back because it relates. Thank you.
Well, the answer is yes, but also would just point out paragraph 170 of the initial report sets out the parcels and the parameter heights there in terms of each particular parcel. So parcel 1 being 14.1 metres in height, parcel 2 20.6 metres, and parcel 3 22.4 metres. Those are maximum heights. It might be the fact that once we get to the reserve matter stage, an operator is interested in a particular parcel and comes forward with a building which is much lower than that, but those are the absolute maximum heights.
I'm going through. So what the maximum height for parcel 5 is the largest, so that's the 22. So that does come in. That's something for comment later. I'm not really happy giving maximum heights to these, not knowing where the buildings are going to be. I think I appreciate what the developer needs, but it's a bit difficult for me to do that at this stage, really, because it could make a huge difference. I've got two further questions then. So one was on the use of the green belt. I have, and this is me being consistent, there's been housing developments that have come through that have proposed that some of their green space comes out of greenbelt land in my ward, and I've always been against that because my thoughts are that they're on that should be provided on the site. Now I take it that some of this is mitigation works and there are other issues here. So is it our view as well that these ponds couldn't have been provided on the site? And in the cases that you've looked at where it's been to appeal and similar, was that something that was given regard to in that appeal process? And was it a matter that may have changed that judgment? So that's my first question. The second one was just around, obviously we've heard about some of the walking and cycle improvements of the junctions. Could I briefly just have a description of some of the walking and cycling approaches on the major trunk roads through this development, so the routes that we're seeing through, because obviously we're going to have heavy goods vehicles going through to a number of these if they are large, and I just want to make sure that there is the option for these local apprentices who are all going to be there to walk or cycle from the local village safely to work. Obviously there are going to be large vehicles there because they need to be, but I do want to make sure that we have maintained that it is safe for people to go to get to the site sustainably.
Right, I'll answer the first part of that one in terms of the use of the green belt. I think if the applicant proposed the ponds drainage area within the red line site, within the allocated site, officers would consider that to be appropriate as well. But for commercial reasons, the applicant has chosen to look at the ponds outside the allocated part of the site in the green belt. Twofold, I think, to maximise the potential for employment delivery within the application site itself in terms of floor space, but also, as I pointed out within the presentation as well, compliant with paragraph 150 of the MPPF, engineering operations are not inappropriate development in the green belt, provided they preserve openness and don't conflict with the purposes of including land within it. So for those reasons, openness is all about the absence of development, particularly built form development. So in this respect, the landscaping and the ponds that have been proposed, we believe and we consider that they won't have an impact on openness and would indeed preserve it. In terms of other sites, I think the site at Otley, there was some other drainage works proposed in the green belt, and there wasn't much comment by the inspector other than to agree that they were not inappropriate development in the green belt. And we have indeed approved other such works on other schemes, where whether that be drainage works in the green belt or off-site landscaping and buffer zones to mitigate the impact of development that abut the green belt. So it's certainly, this decision in terms of the green belt would be consistent with others that we've made in the city. I'll hand over to Gillian, who will talk about the highways improvements in terms of pedestrians and cyclists.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. Yeah, could I have a plan up? Thank you. Yeah, I'll start with that one. Thanks. Sorry. So just in terms of the improvements, I mean, Adam's already talked about the the public right of way type improvements that's coming in this part of the site. So the east, west, and north, south, and in the main they are public right of way improvements. So they are shared use provision, but they're widened and they're resurfaced type provision. The off-site contributions then, so there is an off-site contribution to improvements to cycling, walking facilities up Dewsbury Road in this area, and then there is then the scheme which, can we go on to the junction 28 plan? All right. Right, okay. So the improvements then on this element, I mean, the main thrust of the improvements were to make sure that we didn't have unsignalled crossing points of the on-slips, which is what we've got at the moment. There is a narrow footway route around the outside of the roundabout, but it is, you wouldn't let your children walk on it. You wouldn't let your children cross these on-slips, so in either direction. So the enhancements are to bring pedestrians fully signalised around the middle of the junction and cross them back over at the other side. There are other crossing points remaining, but then there are so that will be shared cycle and footway use. It is a discussion we've had more recently because we've been negotiating for quite some time, but all of the enhancements in and around junction 28 are shared cycle and footway use. We've looked at LTN 120, which steers away from shared provision, but I think where numbers are low, it's still something that it's certainly significant improvement in terms of safety and provision over what we've got now. So we've pursued it on that basis. It's still a significant enhancement.
Just on the first question, just a quick clarity then. So in the, as far, I don't know, I'm asking awkward questions here, but it's around what is what the legal judgment would be in this particular case and where we should be following this. But do we feel then that inspectors' decisions previously or our decisions previously have meant that whether or not these ponds could have been developed within the site, if if this was refused for that reason, for instance, and went to appeal, that would not be a matter the inspector would feel something they could uphold. That's a question there. And then just, Gillian, I wonder whether, thanks for that around some of those routes, the route through the middle of the site and to the units themselves, would you be able to just touch on how that's going to be treated? Because certainly I can see how you could get to the site sustainably, certainly from these plans are the right way up, aren't they, from the south, but coming through the site, because there's going to be heavy goods vehicles there as well, is that going to feel safe for somebody to walk and cycle to one of these units? They may be doing it all hours of the day with heavy goods vehicles there.
I bring Matt in, our legal representative, on the legality of it first, while the right plans are gathered up.
Thank you, Chair. Well, Councillor Carlisle, each application has to be taken on its own merits, and of course every application has its own site-specific considerations that need to be taken into account. So in that respect, you're not bound completely 100% per se to follow the previous line of thought. However, that being said, there is a principle of consistency in decision making. And so if you were in a position where you made a decision which ran completely counter to a previous decision that had been made, you could find yourself liable to a judgment that you've behaved unreasonably, which could leave the council open to a costs award. So it's not a definitive answer, I'm afraid, but hopefully that gives you some idea of the legal background to that.
Yes, so just looking at the detail that have been provided. So the routes within the site will probably remain with public rights of way. So they won't come under me, but in terms of the details, they are on the plans. So it's shown to be self-binding gravel would be the surfacing that would be used on the public rights of way. Where we've got the route actually within the site, but along the main access road. Sorry, I'm using the wrong thing. Yeah, then it would be adopted, and it would be a standard tarmac product for the footway cycleway, and to adoptable standards. So there would be two different uses, but they would both be hard surface, so that they could be used for cycling and walking, and used all year round as well. It is, yeah.
Is that okay, Peter? Thank you. Kaylee, please.
Thank you, Chair. So is it possible to, or have you seen any plans to put a less dense development on this site? And what is the density of this site? And does the density include the little parcel of green space or not?
Sure. The answer to that is it's all the plans that have been submitted are indicative, including the ones we've just looked at. The only plans for consideration are the red line plan, the access plan, which shows the vehicle access into the site, and the set of parameter plans, which show the development parcels and the parameter heights in terms of the scale of the building. So I haven't seen any of the plans of a lesser form of development. In terms of density, we don't really calculate density in the same way that we would calculate density for residential in terms of how many units per hectare. So I'm not quite sure I can give you any clarity on a density figure, really, just because it's a commercial development rather than residential. Yeah. Yeah, sorry, all I can say is that the floor space that is being proposed is in the order of 102 square meters of floor space. So that's what the applicant's trying to achieve within the development site.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. I am conscious of time that we've been on this application, but I just want to come back for Adam's view on this reserve matters application that we might be asked to consider. The applicant was very clear that we could change our mind around this, and these options were purely options. So I expect that the four options here, I would like to think probably one of them would be come forward as the option that the developer would choose. But if all the options we were given were compliant with the outline that we're being asked to approve today, should we approve that? But we didn't like the more detailed application. Can we say no and throw it out, or are our hands tied? If for instance, option A was to be the one that came forward, or option C, which has been a devil in a deep blue sea between those two options with regards to the distance between the residential properties, and both those were compliant on what we'd approved today, but we didn't like those two detailed options. Could we refuse either of those, or are our hands tied?
Yeah, I think I get what you're aiming towards, councillor. Yeah, I think if planning permission were to be granted as part of this resolution today, the parameter plans would form the package of approved plans, if you like, insofar as the development platforms would be buildings which would be located within them parcels, with the buffer zones separating the two. The parameter plan also specifies that the maximum height as well, so that gives the height for each particular plot. So, for example, on parcel 3, which is the southwestern corner, the maximum height is 22.4, is it? 0.4, yep, 22.4 metres. If that was approved, I think you're saying if a reserve matters came in with a building that is 22.4 metres on that site, could you refuse it? I think that's the question you're asking. It's a difficult question, really. The reserve matters would relate to the scale, but provided it's no greater than 22.4, I don't think we could resist a building provided it was less than the 22.4 metres. We do have the opportunity to control the appearance of it as well, which is the external elevations, which might mitigate the height, of course, maybe being a lighter colour at the top to break up the mass. But I think, yeah, in determining the current outline application, your hands would be tied insofar as it relates to the scale of the building. But visual appearance, you've got the opportunity to have concerns.
I just wanted to say, I think our more usual practice would be to defer it and ask for other options to be brought forward rather than actually refuse it. And I think that would be in our gift, would it not?
Just a quick one and a slightly longer one. Just so clear in my mind, parcel 3, as it's shown on page 4, that's where we talked about the tallest units, right? A nod would do at that point. And the second point relates to what it actually says in the bit on page 15 on our documentation, when it describes the application, and it talks about earthworks to form development platforms. Now, are we, by agreeing the earthworks to form development platforms, actually agreeing the layout? Or is it a case of parcel 3 will be levelled off at X meters, parcel 2 will be levelled off at Y meters, and that sort of thing?
Yeah, it's the latter. What you'd be agreeing to is the formation of the development platforms. What wouldn't form any part of an approval would be the layout of the buildings, the footprints of actually where they would go. So they could be sited somewhere within the development parcel, if you like, but there would be no plans that would specify the exact footprint of that building.
Can we move on to comments now? I've seen no more hands. Sorry. Well, he was on the list and then decided to come off, but come on.
All right.
Oh, comment. Oh, I did say comments, but I think my officer was saying there was a question from you. That's the confusion. I'm delighted to ask you to make that comment then, Dan, please.
Thank you, Chair. I shall begin my comment. Thank you. I look at applications like this with some degree of interest, because colleagues may know, for about 20 years, I ran a logistics company. And the first comment I will make is, goodness me, these are blooming high. Because we always considered something around 4 stories, 14 meters, to be top end in terms of heights. And we were an organization that supplied most of the major supermarkets. So I look at this and some of the heights of these and think these are huge edifices. And I think we should be very much aware of just how massive these actually are. And I say that because we know on this panel that when we say outline, all that is going to come back to us are some little twiddly bits later. Because once we give this outline approval, actually, we are substantially tied in terms of what comes back, because officers will tell us, well, you approved it at outline, which is exactly as Councillor Gruen said and exactly as my colleague, Councillor Wadsworth said. And so my very first comment is, there is no possibility for me that I am going to approve anything of the order of the height that this application is today. And I would not sit comfortably with anything higher than 14 meters, particularly in this area. And I say that still with some discomfort, because while absolutely at some point in future, this has to come forward as an employment site, I do not believe an intensive industrial site is the type of employment site that we should be looking to encourage in this area. As colleagues have said, employment can take myriad different forms. Again, I know the noise, the pollution, the light pollution that this type of a site will throw out and frankly throw up. And to be putting this in this area seems to me grossly inappropriate. So in terms of the 24-hour noise and light pollution, I can't support this. In terms of the huge scale of these units, where I cannot support this, the impact on the openness of this site, I cannot support it. I am an ardent defender of green belts. I think I've proven that over the 11 years I've been privileged to be a councillor. I think respectfully to Adam, I disagree with your judgment in terms of the appropriateness of the green belt use. I simply find it to be an inappropriate use of green belt. That's my judgment. I accept just my judgment. I believe there is no reason why the developer could not have used their own sites for the attenuation ponds, etc. And so for all of those reasons, I cannot support this. I think this is a poor application. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Dan. Councillor Finnegan, please.
Thank you, Chair. I would start by saying I think the developer has moved on the employment agreements, on the tree planting, the connectivity. We could debate, discuss, but there is some movement in terms of the highways issues, but the fundamentals haven't really changed at this particular point. Now, despite the planner and the developer refusing to answer the question, you could put different types of employment on here. As it stands at this particular point, Capital Park is mainly, by and large, an office development. You've got people in there at 9 o'clock, you've got people coming out there at 5 o'clock. That is something that I think the community tolerates. Not happy about it, but it tolerates because it impacts upon them significantly less in a 24-hour a day, 7 day a week, 365 days a year movement of goods, as this will be, because it's part and parcel of supporting the logistics industry. Now, one of the other issues is, does this need to be here at all? Now, to be honest, on my calculations, the 2.5 million square meters of space in and around about a 25 mile corridor of this particular site. So logistics doesn't need to go on this site at all. It can go elsewhere, certainly in the Yorkshire and Humber region, and indeed their own evidence supports that point of view. But a big issue from the residents' point of view is the scale of these buildings, how high they are, and the impact that that would have on their residential amenity, and 24-hour operation. Now, the planners will argue at this particular stage that you don't need to worry because these buildings will disappear under a foliage of lovely green trees, whether they're occasional or not. So you don't need to worry about it. They will disappear. A bit like a Paul Daniels thing. You're going to like it, but not a lot. You might be in a situation where you accept that having logistics running 24 hours a day, every day of the year, that you can put up a 3-meter high acoustic fence and plant some trees and you won't hear anything. So it will be silent at this particular point. You won't get anything whatsoever above what already exists. Now, I'm skeptical about that. I know the people behind me are skeptical about that. They will also tell you, don't worry about it because the lighting impacts will not be significant because we'll point the lights downwards or we'll have shorter poles or whatever, and you won't spot any of this lighting. So you won't have any noise issues because we'll mitigate that, according to the planners. You won't have any light issues because we'll mitigate that. Now, most people are fairly skeptical that you're not going to hear this particular site with this new 24-hour operation, and you're not going to see the lighting from this particular site under this 24-hour operation anyway. So I think the net result being, nobody's arguing that this shouldn't be used for employment. It's the wrong type of employment at this location. Some of these buildings have been there for 100 years. The estate that it impacts on, the Birdieland estate as we call it, has been there prior to this being awarded a planning permission as an industrial site, going back to the late 90s. And a lot of us battled it in the late 90s. It's in the south, a lot of us battled it in the south. Those battles are actually lost. But the fact that there is a view that you can retro plan things to avoid those impacts on the residential amenity of all of those people who've been there way, way before this industrial site even existed is, I think, fantastical. I don't think it's believable. So ultimately, I can't support this particular application, not because they haven't moved on highways, not because of employment agreements, not because of the tree planting, but the fact that the scale and the 24-hour operation in what is basically a residential area is unacceptable. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Chair. Apologies from the start. I've got a shocking cold and a thumping headache. So it's very funny. So it's been an interesting meeting and item so far. We've certainly that everyone in the room will have picked up that City Plans Panel is a details orientated council. And this is a details orientated panel rather. And certainly this is an outline application, and I'm sure the applicants have very, very picked up strongly that should this pass today, what the major concerns of all the plans panel members are with regards to the further reserve matters application. I think I very much disagree with the colleagues who've spoken previously in this comment section. This is an employment site, and it's been an employment site for a long time. And at the moment, there are two things in the news quite a lot, Chair. There's a cost of living crisis and there's a climate emergency. This site really, when you think about it, represents, as the applicants have identified, lots of employment opportunities in the industries of the new century that can't be automated and that we very badly need. That would seem to be in line with a lot of strategic objectives we have as a city and as a council. I'm surprised to see local councillors set their face against 75 apprenticeships for young people in Morley in these new industries, given that Morley's unemployment problems. That's somewhat of a surprise. It is an outline application. If this passes today, it does give us, as a plans panel, who are very detail orientated, an enormous amount of command and control on the substantive details of this. Yes, some of the heights are large. but it is an internal truth in business, in industry, that things have to be built, things have to be moved around. We can't look to constrain industrial sites so that they're not fit for purpose for new industries, Chair. And I think the applicants moved a long way, given the concerns that lots of us raised, including myself, at the item when it came up to us in November of last year, I believe. So really, we'll be looking today to pass the height, square meterage, there are access details we've looked at. I think on balance, they've moved a lot to what we need. I think the additional commitments, including the working with the headspace, working and the apprenticeships are actually quite impressive in the history of these kind of applications. I think the tree planting is extensive, the landscaping is extensive. So actually, Chair, given how things have moved, I'd be happy to support the recommendations.
Thank you, Councillor Walshaw. Councillor Campbell, please.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate that certainly the local residents who currently have a green field don't want the shed, and I can see that point. But I suppose, as somebody who's been on panels for some time, I have to look at this through I suppose, an inspector's gaze. And it seems to me that at the point where the council agreed the SAP was the point at which this site became available for development for employment. And I know some of us will say, well, we didn't vote for it, so there we are. But unfortunately, we are where we are. And so to try and prevent development is not possible, in my opinion. And let's be honest, it's a collection of sheds. And to be perfectly honest, the type of people that they're trying to attract on this site, that's the sort of property they use. And I don't agree with Dan, because if you look at some of the distribution warehouses that you see as you drive up and down the motorway, some of them are much taller than this that we're talking here, and much bigger, much bigger. And so I think we have to be realistic and say this site, we've got an application in front of us. This site is being brought forward with the potential for these uses. We might want offices on this site, but that's not what we're being asked about. We're being asked about this. So it seems to me that we're in between a rock and a hard place in many ways, in that some of us don't like to lose the fields, but we are where we are. And so employment has to come to this site. Now, I am very clear that we're talking about an outline permission. So the outline says, do we agree the principle of development for employment? Yes. Do we agree the access to the site? Yes. Do we agree that the highway works that are proposed are adequate to mitigate against the impacts of the development? Well, I don't think anybody's said they're not. And technically, I think they probably are. Are we happy that the developer is bringing forward a landscaping scheme and certainly an employment, particularly around apprentices, that we're happy with? And I don't think anybody's disagreeing with that. The other point, I think Peter's raised it in relation to the off-site drainage works. And I agree with you, actually. I don't think we should allow developers to effectively ship some of the elements of the work into the green belt. But we don't seem to be able to refuse it on lots of other applications we've had. And I think as a simple grounds, given it recent inspectors' decisions, that will be a difficult one for us to refuse it on. So I'm very reluctantly coming round to the view that I have to support this. But I am saying very clearly, we've been shown some layouts. It's very difficult for developers because if you hadn't shown us any layouts, we'd have complained that you hadn't shown us any layouts. And now you have shown us layouts, we complain about the layouts. So it's a no-win for you, whatever you do. But it's very clear to me that we're not accepting any of those layouts. We're just accepting the principle of development and the totality of development. Actually, if I look at those three options, all of them have elements that I couldn't support. And so obviously you need to go away and think about that. And I think it's the function of panel to say to the developer, when you come back, you need to take into account the elements that we as a panel have raised. And I think from my point of view, it's quite simple, isn't it? We've got the issue about the distance from the houses. And I think it's clear that we'd like you to maximize the distance. Okay. There's an issue in the height of the buildings. And it seems to me that if the highest building's on parcel 3, that's the one that's affecting the residents more than anywhere else. And therefore, it may be in your interest to move those parcels round as to the heights. Because certainly a large building in the southwest corner overlooking those houses would not be acceptable, quite frankly. I take the point about 24-hour working, and it's about saying, is there some way of mitigating that? Is there some way of pushing one of the companies you're discussing with into the corner that effectively you don't need 24-hour working, into that corner? The noise issue, I think we need to be convinced that whatever they do, the noise, there will not be a noise impact on residential properties. The light pollution is also another one. I know current lighting systems are much more efficient than they ever were, but you will see a glow in the sky, quite frankly, on this one. So we need to be happy that not only are the residents not affected, but actually within the green belt and the ponds, which will attract things like bats, we want to ensure that they're actually not prejudiced by a lighting system. Highways we've talked about, greenbelt we've talked about. So I suppose from my point of view, reluctantly, I have to say that I think we cannot, as a panel, reasonably refuse this. I cannot think of a good panel reason for turning this down.
Thank you, Colin. Peter, please. You did. Okay, yeah. Peter, please.
Thank you. I was just going to follow up from Colin because I think he summarised quite well quite a lot of it. I mean, I asked around that use of greenbelt because I had asked about it on residential settings where it was used as the green space for residents, and I think it's clear that that isn't. We are making a legal planning judgment here, and that is based around the planning policies we have in front of us and the National Planning Policy Framework. We're not here to say what we think the best thing to do with this field is, as Colin outlined. And were I to choose the best thing in the world to do with this field, it wouldn't be this. You came back, could they bring an office development? Well, they could bring a request for it to be a theme park if they wanted, but nobody's brought that to us. And we have to make the decision on what's in front of us. I think nearly everything that I have had a concern with around this issue, I've come to the same conclusion as Colin on this, that it's not something that we could refuse and would stand up on a number of matters. I mean, you could say, were we looking at an office development, everyone would be leaving at 5 p.m. and we'd have huge traffic chaos at that time. At least in this time, we've got shifts, which may alleviate some. I know that's one thing compared to others, but you know, we'd be discussing issues on this site, I think, in many of those. The only thing I still have big concerns around, and I'm not particularly happy with, is that at reserved matter stage, I would want to have full control over looking at those layouts and looking at the distances from the properties and the heights that the buildings were. And that's the one thing that I don't know whether when we come to the end of it, we need some clarification on what proposal we're accepting. I'm hoping that the developer will have heard that and will come back with thoughts at the next one, but I would like some reassurance that that's there.
Thank you, Peter. David, please.
It might be an employment site in SAP, but that doesn't mean that any kind of employment and any building should be built on it. The fact is, the unit in the corner in the third package of land, we're saying it can be up to 73 feet high. That's what 22 meters is, if you work it out. So the thing is really, if we accept this, I can see us going to detailed planning, and they're coming back with saying you've already agreed that, because it's happened before. It's happened lots of times. I can think somewhere near where I live where it happened, where we've got a ruddy great yellow thing stuck up that we didn't expect to have, because the fact was we to outline we didn't actually do what we should have done. So I'm concerned about that, and they say it's 83 meters away from where the houses are. In my own ward, I have a noise problem coming from an industrial estate that's shielded away from houses. In fact, it's got a couple of fields in way, and that must be probably 200 yards away, and we're still getting noise problems because they're doing 24-hour working. So I don't think, in my own mind, I can support this. The fact is, yes, it is an employment site. And one of the things that was raised when it came before was that particular unit, which is nearest to houses. And I've got to say, nothing's moved on it. So on that basis, I can't support it.
Thank you, David. Kaylee, please.
Thanks, Jim. I agree with Councillor Campbell and Councillor Carlill. So I don't have an issue with the principle of this being an employment site. I don't have an issue with the use class even, really. But I'm very concerned at the developers' reluctance to look at mitigation for residents. 3 out of the 4 options have service yards that are really close to residential properties. So can we please get some guarantees that those layouts will be acceptable to residents, and that the level of noise and disruption is going to be kept at an absolute minimum at building stage and also in operational stage? And there are ways of designing so that that noise is mitigated. Like, you know, you see it all the time on residential blocks, blocks of flats where you've got big road, got loads of traffic noise, so you build a big block of flats there to stop the noise from entering the rest of the development. So there's only 1 out of those 4 options that look like any thought has been given to residents. But I am in overall agreement with Councillor Campbell and Councillor Carlill for the reasons that they've already outlined. So I would just like some certainty as to those layouts before, like which is the preferred option going forward with that, because I don't want this to come back and us have to turn it down because of issues that will arise because of impact on residents.
Thank you, Kaylee. I think it's been a good debate. We've had 2 hours on it. Can I ask Daljit, please, to sum up the debate? And sorry? Oh, I'm sorry, I missed it. I didn't have you down. So please come in.
Thank you. I just wanted an opportunity to say that I can't unlearn what I know. And in the ward that I represent, we have an industrial site in the middle of a residential area. And on the first day that I was an elected councillor for that area, I was invited to go into somebody's garden to listen to the noise, which was stifling. And 10 years later, I'm still being invited into the same row of gardens for the same reason. And the noise on one occasion was so loud we could hardly speak to each other. And I would have more confidence in this if I had more confidence in our enforcement system, because I cannot believe that the level of noise that I was subject to in a resident's property, inside a resident's property, and enforcement just came up with reason after reason after reason why they couldn't take action. So, I mean, the reality of this is that it's got to be held in check. And for me, that large unit there near the CGI viewpoint is far too near those properties. Another issue that we've had in my ward is lorry drivers and deliveries overnighting outside the boundary of the complex because there's no room for them to do so inside, and all that entails in front of residential houses. And we cannot get enforcement to take action. So I think there's a real danger. I completely accept that this is an employment use and needs to come to us as an employment use. And I completely accept the jobs are needed and the apprenticeship scheme is welcomed and all of those things that go with employment. But I really would need some reassurance that residents would be protected from what I've seen my residents put up with for 10 years.
Thank you, Caroline. Dalgid, please. Sorry.
Sorry.
It's late hands springing up. Caroline's wasn't actually.
I won't be long. I mean, can I just say that I personally do have concerns about the green belt development, but what is more important is what we've just heard from Councillor Gruen, because that to me is where the nub of this debate comes down to, is what's going to be the effect on the surrounding community. Have we got guarantees? No. And I do have to say, as someone who has had a lot of run-ins going between outline and reserve matters and the problems that these cause, they really do cause problems. Residents don't get it for a start. Officers have discussions and they bring things to us. So I have to say, as a result of the comments that was already said previously, but to me, the comments made by Councillor Gruen bring it to a good conclusion, as far as I'm concerned, that we've got to look after residents. And in this instance, we should be refusing it on those grounds.
Thank you, Barry. Can I now bring in Dalgid, please, to sum up the debate? Dalgid.
Thank you, Chair. Clearly, there are mixed opinions amongst the panel members in terms of whether the proposal should be supported or not. I have to be quite clear that the maximum parameters is part of the proposal. So some of the comments about having total control over the layout and height of the buildings, as well as their appearance, is something that would have to be negotiated with the applicant if that's what members are seeking. There are controls to mitigate the potential impact through the operation of the premises on adjoining residents, such as the landscaping scheme and the bunding, which is definitely part of the proposals, and through the detailed design of the buildings, which would come back to members, and we would have control over those aspects. So that's a summary in terms of the position on the application and in terms of the views from members. And really, it's for members to take a view on the recommendation.
Okay. Thank you for those words. Dalgid, can I ask if any member is prepared to move the recommendation in front of us?
Can I ask a very brief question?
You can.
Dalgid, thanks for that, because I think it explains the difficult position that some of us have found ourselves in on this, because with the right mitigation and the right consideration, I have a view that this site could work for the use that's there. I know some members may not agree with me on that view. The issue of the height, I gather here, is something that we would have difficulty with going forward. Councillor Brooks' concerns and Councillor Gruen's concerns around the noise and the impact on residents based on how the buildings were arranged. So say where the service yard was, how close it was on that parcel of land. Are any of those items that we are deciding today, or is it that any configuration on that parcel we will feel inclined to have to support? Thank you.
You're not determining the actual configuration of the servicing yards of the actual buildings, individual buildings. That will all come at reserve matters. But if for operational reasons, a building had to be up to that maximum parameters in terms of the height, then that's something we are considering today.
Can I ask a quick question?
Wait, at the next stage, would it be possible to condition against related heavy driver vehicles overnighting outside the boundary? Would it be possible to condition against that? Okay.
I think can I just I think we're dancing around it, but I accept Daljit's point that if we're accepting that development on this site can go up to 22 metres or whatever it might be, but I think from what I said to you, I think on the reserve issues, we could say we do not believe the building in this location at 22, this close to the residentials, for example, is appropriate. We could say, actually, it'd be better somewhere else on the site. I'm saying that loudly so the developer might pick that up. Is that what we can say that, can't we?
Yes. My understanding is that the maximum parameter heights are specific to different parts of the site. So it's a discussion for us to have with the applicant. If really what panel is saying is that the maximum parameters of the height shouldn't be in this parcel, but we can accept it on another parcel, then that's a discussion to be had with the applicant. I don't know if they've got any thoughts on that now, but that's a discussion to be had with the applicant.
If you have any thoughts, Paul, I'd welcome them at this stage.
It's a fundamental change to how the plateaus have been designed, and would have to take it away. As you rightly said, the parameters are set per parcel, and it's a fundamental change to the way that the whole site has been modelled.
Kaylee, the last word, and then I think we go on to the decision making.
Would it be possible, Chair, to put forward a counter proposal to reduce the footprint? I don't know how much by, but is it possible to do that? Because I think the problem is that in terms of the sort of density that's coming forward, there's a lot of concerns around in the panel, you know.
It's not for panel to design the scheme for the applicant. But in terms of, if I can just finish, please. So it's for members have raised their concern. If their concerns are that they can't support the current parameters being put to them, it's something we can take back to the applicant and we can discuss with them. And that would mean deferring this at this meeting, or we decide on what's before us and make a decision one way or the other.
Okay, I'm sure everybody around the table knows that Paul and his team have been listening very carefully to members' concerns, and I'm hopeful they will be redressed. It will have to come back if it's passed today on reserve matters, and members will have further comments if there is no change, I guess. going back to it, is there anybody prepared to move officer's recommendation? Councillor Walsh, is there a seconder? I'll happily second it. Okay, all those in favour of the recommendation, please show. 1, 3. I count that as 4. Those against? Okay, and abstentions, please. 4. So, on that basis, I guess we defer it for. We don't refuse. We defer it for.
Need another motion first.
You need another motion if you want to refuse it. Seconded by Stan and Paul.
Chair.
Just a minute, I'm going to get a legal advice.
I might preempt that because we can't just refuse it. We have to have some grounds for refusing this thing. So if you're proposing that we refuse it, which you're perfectly entitled to do, we have to have some planning grounds.
Well, what I was going to say is that according to the Planning Code of Good Practice as part of our constitution, we can't move a straight up refusal. If members are minded to do that, then the motion that should be voted on is a motion that members are minded to refuse. Members would then need to give officers clear guidance as to those planning reasons why members were minded to refuse, and that would result in a deferral whereby officers would go away and would come up with definitive reasons for refusal, which would then come back at a later panel where members would then have another opportunity to look at those reasons and check that those reasons were in line with the thoughts of the day. I hope that's clear. It's a little long-winded, but.
Are you prepared to change that to deferral?
I am, Chair. I'm also minded, of course, that it may well be, and I just throw this out there, that of course, in the meantime, the applicant may very much take on board. And so by the time we come to look at the planning refusal reasons, we may be presented with some adjustments or thoughts in that regard. But with that in mind, Chair, yes, I do move that we defer as minded to refuse.
For deferral.
So in terms of the vote for the mandatory refusal.
So he's withdrawn refusal.
I did say minded to refuse, defer with a mind to refuse, which is different to just a deferral to negotiate.
Just what the legal officer just said.
It's different.
Yes.
Can I, sorry, I think I've confused everybody. So judging by the tone of the debate so far, there's going to be some form of deferral today. Whatever the reasons for that deferral, we need to be clear on the reasons for those deferral. If members are seeking to defer the recommendation full stop because members feel that there are aspects of what they've heard today that they need more clarity on, for example, then those reasons ought to be expressed and that should be voted upon. If, however, the motion that is being voted on is deferred but minded to refuse, then members would need to be clear in indications to officers what those planning reasons for that refusal would be to allow officers to go away and come up with those reasons for definitive voting on the next cycle. So whatever happens, officers need some guidance from members, but of course it will depend on which motion is being voted upon as to whether that guidance is to the reasons for refusal or the reasons for deferral, which I would anticipate being a lack of information or something along those lines.
Very kind, thank you, Chair. So I move that we defer with a view to refusal. The grounds are as follows. Concern around the noise and light pollution and the impact on amenity and the local neighbourhood. Concern about overdevelopment in terms of the massing and the size of the height of the proposed units. And I personally would add in concern about the developments on the green belts.
Happy to second that, Chair.
Hey, is that clear? Clear enough for members?
We need to vote on it now.
I know, but it's clear enough for officers before we go
Yes.
to vote. Okay. Okay, all those in favour of Dan's motion, please show. Thank you. I make that 5, is it? 5, 6, go again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yes. Those against? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Can we show again? I make a 5-5. I just want to be absolutely clear. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sorry? 5-5. Okay. I better get abstentions first, please. 2 abstentions. Okay. I've got to cast and vote, as you realise. Yeah, I do know that. I know.
There's a third motion that could be put to defer.
Okay, just to simply defer.
To address
Okay.
the issues raised.
Yeah, and I can definitely second that one. Okay, all those in favour of a second motion then?
Chair, I think you need to vote on the one we've just had, because you need to vote that down so that Peter can put
Is that
forward
right?
another one, which
Okay.
is defer.
Thanks, Colin, been helpful, thanks. Thank you for putting me in this position. In that case, I will vote against it, so we can go for a full deferral. Peter, I'll accept your request for a deferral at this stage, yes? You still want to do that?
Yeah, I think there is scope to change here, and I'm hoping that the developer comes back with some changes on there. They've heard the concerns. Matt, do you require a list of, do we require to put together a list of specific items that we're concerned around, or have officers heard from the last 2.5 hours that the items for that?
Clear on the list, Peter, so we know.
I can summarise.
Okay, Dalgid said he can summarise. Okay, and then you can say if you agree.
In terms of the items that members seem to have most concerns with, it's the scale of the maximum parameters closest to the properties at the western side of the site. It's the potential impact on sorry, just bear with me.
Could I just ask for some colleagues some clarity, if I may? May I ask, are colleagues satisfied with that height, or do we believe that the height is too great in general? Because I'm unclear I know what my view is, but I'm not clear, respectfully, what the view across the table is, or from Colin, as to a maximum overall height. Because I would be more comfortable if we're, well, indeed, Sharon.
I have lots of hands who probably want to answer that question. The feeling I got was that we were unhappy with the height that's nearest to the housing. Councillor Walshaw, please.
Yeah, it's not the height per se, it's where the height is located, Chair. You're absolutely right. So I think myself and Councillor Campbell were especially clear and detailed on the fact that it's councillors Carlisle and Brooks were very detailed on the proximity to the residential area towards the bottom corner of the site. That was the real concern. But also, I don't think we should. So it's its location, whereas I don't think we can say, oh, so many meters is too high, because we're not engineer, logistics and manufacturing engineers on this panel, Sharon. I think that would be overreached by the panel. Not really.
So you have a list, Dalgid, that's we can now vote on?
It's the height and distance of the buildings closest to the residential properties.
Yes.
Yes.
Yep. Noise and light pollution. Okay. Are we satisfied with that, Peter? You're moving it?
I'm happy with that, Chair. I think there is a way that that height could be delivered on some portion of the site, but it will be up for the developer to come back with a suggestion of how that may work that can either reassure us or not at the next meeting. And the reason I abstained on all the votes is I am completely undecided on this, and something needs to push me over the line, because I probably won't remain undecided for another meeting. So yeah, propose as Daljit's noted there.
Thank you. That's helpful. Is there a seconder for that motion? Okay, moved by Peter.
We got 24-hour operation.
Bring back Peter again for clarity on that one.
My suggestion would be purely the noise and disturbance. If there's 24-hour operation right near the motorway junction, I don't think that's going to be a problem. But I don't think I'd want to say no 24-hour operation on this. If the business, it is up for the developer to come back with something that is acceptable in noise constraints. If we decide that that is to be refused at the next step, I'm happy to refuse that at the next step if I decide it's unacceptable in my view. And happy for members to have a view on that. If they come back and I'm not happy with the noise on the next scheme, then that may make the balance. But at the moment, the balance is dipped.
Unless there's a discussion about 24-hour operation, I won't be backing his proposal at this particular. It has to be a full discussion, not we accept in principle 24-hour operation, and then we'll have a chat about the pollution or the noise or the issues to do with lights. It's part and parcel of the whole thrust of the discussion, not only the height, but the actual 24-hour operation. If that's the case, then I'm happy to support Peter. If not, then I'll be voting against.
Well, without wishing to reopen and have another resolution, I think we can show our support or not by now voting. All those in favour of Councillor Carlisle's resolution, please show. 2, 3, 4, 6. I make that 7. Is that correct? Those against? Those against?
Can Councillor Caldwell just? Yeah.
Okay. Those against then?
Shall I just read it out?
Do please.
So the motion that Councillor Caldwell has put forward is to defer the recommendation today for officers with the applicants to consider the massing and height of the buildings and the noise and light pollution emanating from the proposals. And that's it.
Okay. Can we vote again? I made a 7 on that. Can we show hands again, please?
So we voted to support Peter.
Yeah. We are supporting, or we're not.
I want to go to the low.
1, 2, 3, 6. I still make it. I still make it 7. Those against? 1. Abstentions? 4. Okay. Hopefully that is a clear enough guidance for the applicants and officers when it comes back to us in some future date. So can I thank you for this debate? It's really been a good one. It's gone on nearly 2.5 hours. And I thank all the members of the public who have sat quietly through it all and listened intently. I think at this stage we might have a comfort break for 10 minutes.
Brilliant.
Have to move on, haven't we?
All members.
Okay. Can we, members, can we take our seats, please? Members, can we take a seat? Can we resume? Can we move to page 71, agenda item 8? Our old favourite haunts in Victoria Hotel and shenanigans on George Street, and many of us will remember all the different guises. I certainly remember as a court shenanigans as O'Brien's, and then before that, when it was a court, it was in those dreadful days, Dan. Those dreadful days, Dan. Are you listening? Barry is. I said I remember as a court in '92 when poll tax payers were refusing to pay, and they were wheeled in and out of there with Mackenzie friends defending them. It was your government who brought her in, Dan. Yeah. Okay. Without further ado then, Sarah, could you introduce this for us, please?
Thank you, Chair. Okay, members, we have applications, listed building and full applications for change of use of the, now I'll get this right because I keep saying the Queen Vic, but it's the Victoria and Commercial Hotel pub, shenanigans, into student accommodation upper floors with an extension, keeping the pub at ground floor in the Vic and changing shenanigans to commercial uses. Before I kind of dive into it, I've got a couple of things to pick up from changes from the position on the report, one of which is just a comment from Civic Trust to add, which is in terms of comment 4, where we talk about pre-application discussions and Civic Trust involvement in that. The applicant had stated that they'd written to the Civic Trust, but they hadn't had a response, but Civic Trust have actually said that they did send an email. So there's obviously a loss of communication there at some point. So they did send an email back in August of that time when pre-app was going ahead. Secondly, in terms of the cooking facilities, and that's also kind of come up in terms of objections, the cooking facilities were previously down as just microwaves, but now the developer is committing to providing a combined microwave oven and hob arrangement so that there's more cooking facilities available within the studios for the residents, the student residents. So next slide, please. So this is the site, 2 listed buildings, the 2 former pubs sitting behind the town hall, which obviously is grade 1 listed. The 2 buildings themselves are grade 2 listed. Next slide, please. And these are the existing frontages. Obviously, they are beautifully, heavily decorated buildings, really attractive, really important heritage buildings. And just to point out on this photo on the shenanigans one, which is the former Masonic Hall, the ground floor frontage with the arched windows is a more contemporary addition. It's not the original frontage of the building, where they at some point there's been a change and they've tried to ape the arched approach of the upper windows, but that's actually a later addition. Next slide, please. And then there's just some photos showing you around the outside of the site. Next slide, please. And interior, and some members benefit from seeing the site. For those that weren't able to attend, these are interiors of the Vic, and upstairs you can see like the middle top and top right is the upper floors, in showing that they're quite dilapidated and in quite a poor state, having been left and been unused for a very long time. And then also some images at the bottom of the back of the buildings as well outside, which overlook a courtyard, and there's a car parking and other lower level buildings. Next slide, please. And then in terms of the layout and floor plans, the colour coding, which doesn't come across very well on the big screen, the colour coding is to indicate which parts of the development are for which use. So we've to show that really we've got sufficient use here at basement level for all the different types of uses. So we've got areas for the student uses for plant, we've got areas for the pub, we've got areas for the commercial uses as well. Next slide, please. And then at ground floor, so the green is the pub, so that's indicating that that stays as a pub and it will go forward as a pub. Obviously, there's a lot of detail historic detail and fabric within that. And myself and the conservation officer have been in discussions with the applicant about what stays and what needs to be retained, and that will come forward again, and we'll look at that under conditions as well. And then we have an entrance in the middle to this student block. Thank you, Daljit. And then to the right of that, we have the commercial unit in Shenanigans. That's the ground floor. Behind that, we have a student lounge and a new staircase. And this is where we have quite a lot of demolition in terms of the building. So most of the demolition is at the back, apart from the change to the frontage on that particular part. But most of it affects the back of Shenanigans, where we are removing parts of the building there to allow for this extension and the floor plans for the student use. Next slide, please. And then going up the building, we've got the blue continues for the commercial unit, and in that building at the moment, it's got a void space in the middle of the upper floor where it was created into a pub. So it's basically, it was originally had a complete floor, but that's been cut out, as quite often happened at various points, 80s and 90s, where we were looking at vertical drinking. And that will be reinstated as a full floor to make more commercial space. But again, the features in that building, and those that members saw were able to see that this morning, saw a really fantastic vaulted ceiling. The features will be retained within that space. Some might be concealed because of the use, but they will be retained. There are some windows at the sides that will be concealed. And then around that, we've got the student residential scheme, which is spanning behind that and then around into the upper floors of the Vic pub. So we start from this level. For the first floor level, the student accommodation starts at that point in the Vic and carries up, and then carries up further in the extension behind Shenanigans. So the next slide, please. And then this is showing you we're above the floors in Shenanigans, the new commercial space, and this is an indicative layout of the studios at those one of those upper floors, that's second and third floor. And we've got an arrangement of 67 apartments, studio apartments for students, ranging from 20 to 42 square metres. And you'll have also noticed, hopefully, that there's some communal spaces there as well, and they total 98.2 square metres. So that's actually slightly higher than our draft SPD is asking for, which is asking for 1 metre per student bed space. We've got 1.46 metres per occupier. There's also a laundry space, a laundry room as well, and some of the communal spaces given over to gym as well as residential lounge uses. Next slide, please. And then going up again, you start to see Shenanigans roof, and again, next slide. And then you start to see the roof scape and where we've got removals of the roof and where we get retention. So Shenanigans, as I say, is kept. The tower in the middle is retained, and then on the Victorian commercial pub, those roofs are retained. There will be some work to them, and they're actually 2 pitches. On the first photo, you might have spotted there's like a kind of a well within that roof. So those are actually, that's the white area in the middle. And this kind of first, you can see at the back, this starts to allude to oriel windows, and I'll come on to that again a bit further on. Next slide, please. And then we continue up, and the next slide. And this is just for you to read at your leisure. That's just a recap of what all the numbers are in terms of unit sizes, etc., and commercial space. Next slide, please. And then this is to show you, in terms of it being a student scheme, we obviously need to manage how students arrive and leave at the start and end of term time. It's really important, and it's what we always do, because it can be a real rush and a great number of vehicles and people. So on here, we've the developer has identified to us that the green line at the bottom is loading bay outside the town hall. The purpley colour at the side is a taxi rank, and at the rear we've got some on-street parking bays. And there are others in the vicinity as well, for kind of further along Great George Street. So although these are showing here, we will expect that to come forward as a fully detailed management plan, and there's a condition to cover that, to make sure that we've got all the information we want to make sure that it works well and doesn't affect the network. Next slide, please. And then to kind of start moving on to what the extension looks like. So this is the extension. It is 7 stories, and it sits behind Shenanigans and the tower. And it's, in terms of its appearance, the aim is really to try and create a calm backdrop. So it's a ashlar stone with these vertical slot details. And then on this slide, you can also see at ground floor level on Shenanigans, that new frontage in the pub, which would be for the commercial uses. They're kind of showing it as indicatively as potentially 2 units at the moment, but that also depend on what tenants they get coming forward as to how many units it's subdivided into. It could be 1, it could be 2. We'll have to see. But in terms of controlling that detail, again, we'd want that under condition in terms of that new frontage. Next slide, please. This is the rear. So you would never actually see this view in this way because you've got buildings at the back, so you wouldn't actually be able to get that full view, but this is the back. So to the left is the back of the extension with some oriel windows there. And then on the back of the Victoria Hotel pub, there is also oriel windows and the dormers, new dormers in the roof to give those rooms light and outlook, which I'll show you in a moment, because we're on quite a constrained site here. It's a little island of buildings with not a great deal of space between them. So the applicants have come up with a solution to that to make sure there's enough light and outlook. Next slide, please. And these are to the two side elevations. So to the left is the elevation as you would look at it from Millennium Square, from Nelson Mandela Gardens. So you would have a glass slot that would sit behind the retained part of Shenanigans, or whatever it'll be called in the future, and behind that the tower. And then to the other side, if you were in the car parking bit of the courtyards at the back of these buildings, then that's what you would see popping up above the existing buildings and that are there. Next slide, please. And then just to show you that kind of in terms of sections that we were looking at floor plans kind of carrying through to tie the buildings together and to tie the uses together. Next slide. And again, looking from the end views as well to show that in that way it also ties together, and we've got kind of connected floor plates through for the student uses in particular and the commercial uses. Next slide. Thank you. And then this is indicative, indicating what the facade detailing would be, to give you a bit more of an idea of that. And the idea is really this kind of these vertical slots, very much like the approach taken on the carriageworks or the Beckett's buildings, that sort of aesthetic. But as I say, to try and do something calm behind what are heavily detailed buildings, rather than introducing something that draws the eye away from them in terms of its materiality and its detailing. Next slide, please. And this is just showing you the new shop front, and the key here is to look at that little photo in the top right hand corner, which is the original frontage on the building. That is what is intended to be reinstated in the style of. Next slide, please. And then this is the rear. So as I mentioned, there is some distance to the rear buildings, which is quite narrow, short in terms of what we would normally want. The building at the back, where it's got that straightforward distance, that's actually office use. And you can see that the proposal is to have these oriel windows that project out. They would have long distance views down the courtyard, and then to their faces they would have some obscure glazing up to a certain level. The tops of them would be glazed as well to try and maximise as much light. So although the images at the bottom are kind of suggesting solid, that's not what we're getting here. That's just precedent images to give an idea of the projection and the sort of arrangement. But that would be how this kind of constrained area would be dealt with to make sure that people had outlook and light. Next slide, please. And then in terms of opportunities for landscaping, we are quite limited. It's really quite a constrained site. There are these terraces at the back where we're looking at some landscaping. We discussed these on site this morning in terms of there is a tree showing there, whether that's a reality or not, whether that's actually feasible or not. And then to the side of the site, next to Shenanigans, there is an existing bed there with 2 trees in it. They would need to be replaced, and the planting in that replaced because of the proximity of the bed to the building and the need to construct the new extension. We have had quite detailed discussions, myself and the landscape officer, with the development team to see if we could keep those, but it seems that they do need to go for the development, but they would be replaced with 2 trees. There would be the tree in the courtyard potentially, and there would also be a caveat contribution to address our requirement in Land 2 policy for the 3-for-1 replacement, to make sure we're getting a replacement, and that money is yet to be defined where that would get spent. And then you can see at the bottom there's kind of indications of the sort of planting that you would put in those courtyards at the back. What I would say about them is that they're not going to be accessible to everybody because of the layout of the building, so it's really more of a visual benefit in terms of the students, but obviously there is a benefit to having landscaping in other ways as well. Next slide, please. And then going back to the facade, there's a bit more on the facade, and there's some precedents in terms of how that would be detailed, and those kind of the idea of those slots and a very calm stone facade, natural stone facade, and it would be ashlar stone as stated on the plans. Next slide, please. And then we move on to the views. So we've got before and after views. So this is if you're standing to the side of the town hall, looking at it with the before to the left and the after to the right. Next slide, please. And then if you were looking, we were standing at the lights out there and looking back across, so we're seeing the side view and how it sits and steps in with the other larger buildings at the back of Shenanigans as well. Next slide, please. And then looking from Millennium Square across, how it sits in context there. Next slide, please. And then looking along Great George Street, and I think this, it's not really visible from that point of view. Next slide, please. And then again, really restricted views from this point when we're further up outside the hospital, outside the Civic, in fact, aren't we, on that side of the road. Next slide, please. And then just a view as if you were stood at the back of the town hall, how the extension would appear at that point if you're standing there looking up at the building. Next slide, please. And then this is more detailed in your report. So in your report, there is a full list of the public benefits that the applicant is stating that the scheme will bring forward in terms of balancing the harm done to the listed buildings. So this is just kind of a bullet point version of that. Next slide, please. And then just to finish on a couple of shots again, and last slide, please, next one. And then just another view from that side. So officers are recommending it for approval. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Sarah. And I'm glad to say we had a good turnout for a site visit today. I know everybody can't get out. I'm not making any judgments, but it was interesting for us who weren't able to go and climb all the stairs up. There must have been about 5 and see the fabric damage that was present in front of us. It's clearly been neglected for many, many, many years, and it's quite sad, really, because it was a Victorian masterpiece in its time, but it was very enlightening. I can see Phil nodding, and any questions on that, he's here to answer. Moving on, there's no objectors present, so can I invite the developers to come over and maybe if there's any questions members want, we can put them directly to them. And with that, I open it for questions to officers or indeed to the developers, if that's what you want. And of course, we've got a conservation officer here as well, Phil. David.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, we spent a long time looking around. Oh, sorry.
There's no questions to you at the moment, but as there's no objectors, if a member wants to ask a question directly to you, you may be able to give a more fulfilling answer than an officer. So please just stay there until we have a question for you. It's Councillor Blackburn, Mr. David.
Just 2 questions. First of all, the frontage of the Victoria Hotel, which it's got Victoria Hotel on it. I see there's some markings where where the letters are now. Would it not be an idea, because of its historic importance, to leave it as a Victoria Hotel on the front of it, even though it's not, that bit's not an hotel anymore. And the other thing is the Japanese tree. What kind was it? We were looking at that. There's one that's not it's not really that good, but this Japanese tree there really looks nice. And there were a few of us mentioned about that. Is there any way possible we can save that, because it really looks good? I mean, it might need trimming back a bit, but that's all I'm asking.
Take them as questions to the developers. Yeah. Okay, David.
Thank you, Chair. If I could just introduce myself, I'm James Bynan, the planning consultant for the development. On my left, I'm joined by Ian Bush from Sterling Prescient, the applicant and developer, and on my right, Stephen Last from Seven Architects. If I deal with the trees question first, if I may, and then I'll pass on to Stephen on the design frontage question. So I've reviewed the arboricultural report since the site visit this morning, because I'm aware there was a comment raised around there. So that refers to the larger, more mature tree as a narrow-leaved ash tree, and the smaller tree, which is growing within its shadow, as an Italian alder. Both are category C trees. As the officers noted, the trees do require removal to facilitate the development, and the consequence of that with two mature trees is that they would ultimately struggle to survive as part of any sort of replanting. It's very difficult to replant trees of that scale, given the root structure and everything that's established. We are proposing two new trees of similar canopy spread within that area, and the planting bed, which they will be planted within, will be larger than the planting bed that's there at the moment.
So second question regarding could it continue as a pub?
The frontage, wasn't it? Yeah.
Hi, good afternoon. Yeah, in terms of the signage, obviously that would partly be led by the operator that comes into the former Victoria pub. In terms of the Victoria Hotel signage specifically, we look to restore and repair, which we've talked about within the proposals anyway, in terms of the building frontages and all the work that needs doing in terms of fabric repair. So that would be linked into that works.
Can I just add, I think we have instances where it's happened where we have retained wording like that. And I'm thinking there's one on Kergate, which became a Domino's. And I think it retained its original shop front wording, and then the retailer put theirs in below. So I think it's certainly possible to do it. And I think even if a pub operator comes in and wants to put some other signage on, I see no reason why this couldn't happen here.
I've seen examples all over the country of when McDonald's take over a listed building, the original signage is still there, and then they spread all their stuff over. Yeah, so it's possible. And I'm sure you've taken notice of that. Kaylee, please.
Thanks, Chair. So when we had our sort of pre-app discussions, I requested that a view be provided from next to the town hall, but like in front of Shenanigans. And I see that the view has only been provided from in front of the Victoria Hotel. I was just wondering why. And then also, is there any possibility of movement on the massing?
Thank you. The image you requested, if I'm correct, was provided to you under separate cover after our meeting, and it is included in the design and access statement as well, I do believe.
Sorry, if I can just interject. Sorry, I think actually it wasn't in the design and access statement because it was after the application had been submitted. But when we had the meeting, we did provide a separate document following that meeting with the additional images provided. We hadn't put all of the images into the presentation today, but there was an additional image provided at the time.
Can I ask why it wasn't included in the presentation?
We were just trying to keep the number of images down, and there were two that were very similar. So there was an image featured which is behind the town hall looking at the building. So we just didn't put both of them in.
Do I have a control, Toby? Right, so in terms of the views,
there's one where it's just one on its own, looking at.
879.
no.
That one.
Okay, I'll bring him in when.
It,
You want the wood, Steve?
Sorry, thank you, Chair. Just to help, I think Councillor Brooks, try page 81. I sort of, as I understand the question.
in terms of the view, Councillor Brooks, I remember I was at the meeting, and I think this is probably the closest we're going to get. You wanted one probably a bit closer to Shenanigans. Yeah,
So sorry, Chair. Just to be clear, I did ask for a view to be provided if you were standing on the side of the town hall looking straight at Shenanigans, and the view that's been provided is this one, which is not that.
It's at the old education building. It's at the old education building, Carpe Diem. Sarah did take us across the road and look at that view from that angle. So, but it's not straight from the town hall, you're right.
yeah. Sorry, if I can just come in.
Two, please.
Councillor Brooks, I think this is as close as we're going to get in terms of here today, in terms of what we've got. Yeah, so
I was asking the developer why they chose not to include that image.
Yeah, I think the answer is that they had two very similar views. This was the other one, and they've included this one because they were looking at numbers of slides. So in terms of on this image, the Shenanigans is that side. The town hall is, this is as if you were standing
in front
with
of
the town,
the
yeah,
town
in front of the town hall. So really, the view that you're asking for is probably just a few yards further to the right. But in terms of what you would see, you know, in terms of the scale of the new development, I think that's what you're interested in. You can see that it'd be very similar, you know, you in terms of height and in terms of relationship. So that's the view. That's as close as we're going to get today.
And I had a second question, Chair.
Chair, if I may take the second question as well, just to clarify on the views, we did meet with Councillor Brooks virtually post submission of the planning application. Councillor Brooks did request an additional view, and my understanding is that we did provide that additional view to Councillor Brooks after that meeting. On the question around the height of the rear extension, that height is the outcome of a iterative pre-application process with both planning officers Historic England and local stakeholders. It was originally taller, and we subsequently reduced it in agreement with planning officers and Historic England, both of which support the height of the scheme at the end of the pre-application process. The buildings do require substantial investment to bring them up to the standard and to arrest the deterioration that has taken place. And the scale of development on one hand is also a proposal which is achievable and deliverable with everything considered in the round. And whilst we aren't proposing detailed viability evidence to underpin the application, because we're not running it on a viability case, we do believe that the application has firstly gone down a collaborative pre-application process to reach the position it has. But secondly, in its own right, from our view, we believe in design and environmental and technical terms, it is also appropriate.
You have a second question? No?
Right.
No?
Yeah.
Okay, no, okay. Can I bring in Colin then?
Can I just ask a couple of questions? You say that they're going to replace what was the floor of presumably the Masonic Hall, which has been so tastefully decorated. Are they proposing to subdivide that? Because I can't see anything on here that shows that. Subdivide the hall itself, because the whole element about that hall is its totality, isn't it? If you've got a wall that goes halfway up and blocks off half, it sort of defeats the object, really. That's the first question. Second question. I appreciate what you said about the size of the rooms in straight measurement terms, but looking at the layout we've got here, one or two of these seem at best slightly contrived, and I'm thinking about, so I suppose the question is not necessarily what their total floor area is, but their usable floor area. So if you look at 15, for example, and 16, there's a lot of corridor there and not much bed space. If you look at 11 and 12, 12 in particular, that's on page 56, seems very narrow. And again, there's a lot of corridor. And what I assume is the toilet shower pod, but not much bedroom area, or I suppose anywhere to stick a chair and have a chat. And the same is true, I think, with on page 57, 40, again, looks an odd design. And again, 44 is also a slightly contrived design. Now, I appreciate that, except for 12, these are in the Victoria itself, and so there are some constraints. But my question is, how much actual usable space is there on those particular flats?
In terms of the replacement of the floor of shenanigans, at the moment it's showing as a full floor space, so they're kind of showing it as one unit. If they were to subdivide it, there was that beam running across the middle, that would be the obvious place to do it. But I think it's so dependent, and the developer can probably tell us if they've got any tenant interest already, so dependent on what sort of tenant or tenants come in as to what that would be. Did you want to say something as well, Phil? And they'd leave this building consent to do that, because it'd be a further change, and it's not on this. And in terms of the room sizes, we're kind of suffering a little bit from the fact of it being a listed building, it being kind of quite awkward. Some of the spaces are kind of difficult to make as generous as you might want them to be because of the listed building, and you know, having been in there, you've kind of seen the current arrangement. of it, and also the constraints of the site in general. But it might be helpful if Stephen kind of came in as well and gave a bit more on that and how he'd kind of designed it out in that way.
Hi, thanks. So yeah, in terms of the room layout specifically, the plans that are in the presentation don't actually show the furniture, but the actual planning application drawings do. These were done more for colour coding purposes, just to make it clear what was on what level. So the drawings that are actually within the planning application do show full room layouts for each of the bedrooms, and appreciate that some of them are more constrained than others, but it has been led from a sort of historic approach in terms of the listed buildings, and trying to minimize the impact on those and work with existing features where possible, window locations, etc. So it has constrained where we've put internal walls, but we've looked to achieve the minimum draft standards in terms of 20 square meters for rooms. And while some of them actually look slightly constrained as rooms, they do actually lend themselves to having sort of bathroom pods in certain areas, kitchen pods in other areas. So it does actually facilitate the layout, albeit they may look elongated in some instances. But like I say, the full plans that have been submitted do show layouts and show that they do all work sufficiently within the constraints that we're working with.
So just for my benefit, as we haven't got the detailed plan, if I look at, say, unit 12, are you saying to me that we've got a door onto the corridor? Next to the door, is that effectively the bathroom pod?
That's the bathroom pod.
Is the bit where number 12 says the kitchen pod? So
that's the kitchen area, and then there's a low wall between the kitchen and the bedroom area, and then there's a desk area up against the outer window, and then there's a wardrobe on the side wall. So.
Sorry, you can get the double bed, which is
there's a double bed. Yeah, there's a double bed.
Students, a table desk,
yeah,
what we call it, plus a couple of chairs.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. It's about this slide on page 64. The only thing I don't like about this development is the proposed west elevation. And I'm just wondering if I'm interpreting it correctly. What's the flat grey bit in front of the buildings? What are the two flat?
Is it that one? The west elevation. Is it that one? The west elevation outside.
Yes, that one on the right.
Those are the grey areas at the front of are other buildings within the
other buildings.
Yeah, other buildings,
okay.
Because it's like a little island of buildings with a courtyard in the middle.
Right.
So those are as if you were looking across the other buildings or through the other buildings.
Yeah, on the west elevation, it's actually a section which is cutting through the other two buildings, with then the existing Victoria Hotel first, and then the proposed building in the distance. So it might be slightly misleading. I think, again, in probably the planning drawings themselves, there's probably other wording on those grey areas to explain that, which hasn't come forward into this version of the document. So.
And then on page 73, the slide there, the proposed view looking west along Great George Street, that looks distinctly odd. What's that? Bottom right. I prefer the current view than the.
Do you mean the planter or where the trees are, or is it the building next to it? Which
I'm looking at the cream building with two dark circles and something else on the end.
Oh, not trees. Yeah.
Oh, those are trees. Oh, I see. Ah, right. I see. Okay.
Yeah, it's not two black dots on the building.
It's just an odd illustration.
If you move further on, you'll see proper trees.
And then you come back.
Yes.
Councillor Gruen and for other members, the purpose of these slides and drawings is really to show you the impact of the extension in terms of scale and where it'll be visible. The intention is very much for the listed buildings to be refurbished as they are. So the reality is they're not going to change from what you see existing. It's just a very crude depiction in terms of the computer modeling.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Councillor Garthwaite, please.
Yes, it's slightly similar. The picture on page 80, it shows really how it would look more when the trees have started to grow. But I think that blank gable on the end of what's now Shenanigans just looks very bare. And I wondered, could something be done about that?
I believe that was, do you want to come in or shall I? Yeah, Stephen, that was an issue on the site visit. It was made by several members.
We did discuss it on the site visit. That gable also featured quite heavily in pre-app discussions and discussions with Phil, who's in the room, and with Historic England as well. And we presented a number of options for that end gable, and this was the preferred solution by all, hence why we move forward with this option for the application. It is refaced in ashlar stone to match the proposed tower that sits next to it, and there is new detailing around the window to create interest on that. But we've specifically not added too much detail to that, because obviously what you don't see on this image is that the front of the building is heavily detailed. So we didn't want to, similar to our proposed building, which sits behind, take away from the listed frontages of Shenanigans and the Victoria Hotel. So that's how the sort of design development process has gone, in the sort of agreement we've got with sort of officers and Historic England along the way. So.
Yeah, I still think that it looks very bare and that it's not really in keeping with the surroundings, and some sort of extra detail would be preferable. Myself, it's an area where a lot of visitors will come. The town hall is one of the major destinations in Leeds, and it just looks a bit as if it's been chopped off to me. And but I'm sorry, I don't have a constructive suggestion about what it would be, but I do think it needs something.
Could I make a suggestion? I think because it's a blank wall at the moment, it's got a Shenanigans letter sign on, but obviously it's not going to be Shenanigans. It's not going to be a single use anymore. So to avoid conflict between future commercial developers wanting to put signs on the side, tenants wanting to put signage, maybe some sort of artwork on there, a small mural or something like that might be appropriate.
Something of that sort would be good. And I have got associated question, which actually isn't really for developers, and probably not at this stage, but I'll say it anyway. That I think it would be a shame if the shop fronts ornamented when they are shops, if that's for commercial use that they're put to, if they ornamented their windows with pictures of goods that are for sale, like we see on some other shops. I think it's very important that it should be in keeping with the surroundings, the town hall, etc., so that it looks nice and in keeping.
I mean, the suggestion regarding the blank wall, and I appreciate that it's high quality stone you're facing it with, but a green wall is not out of the question there either, a bit more greenery. So, you know, there's two considerations there, I guess, isn't there? I haven't seen any more hands for questions. Does anybody want to jump on before we move on to comments? I take that as a no. We're on to comments. Who wants to make a comment? Dan.
Overall, Chair, I think it's a decent, solid application, and at the appropriate juncture, hopefully sooner rather than later, I'd like to move.
I would second it, and yeah, thanks.
Not seeing any hands. Are we ready to proceed to the vote? Okay, we're happy, and I think for the developers to allow us to go in and see the building in the upper stories, and we grasp fully the scale of the problem for redevelopment of that site. And I think it probably changed some of our minds by actually seeing it in situ. Councillor Phil is nodding. I think you have to see it. I have no idea how long it's been since they had effective uses of the upper stories, but I suspect it's probably 40 or 50 years looking at the fabric that we saw. But thank you for that, and thank you for taking us there safely. It wasn't an easy thing to do. It looked like a hard hat on a high-vis suit and boots to me, but we managed it rather well. Okay, can we move to the vote then? I don't think there's any summing up you need to make. All those in favour of the application, please show. I'm delighted to say that's unanimous.
No shenanigans.
No shenanigans here. Okay, moving on then. Thank you, Sarah.
Going on to the pre-app.
We're on to pre-apps.
Speak.
Okay, can we, given the lateness of the hour, can we resume, please? What we have in front of us is a pre-app, and we've seen it before, haven't we? Sweet Street, Marshall Street, Holbeck, Leeds. Is there anything you want to say before I bring in the developers? Not at this stage. Okay, press on. Okay, can I welcome you to planners meeting? As you know, you'll have up 10 minutes to present. I may be a bit lenient on that one, but it depends on how time's going. So when you start to make your presentation, please introduce yourself for the benefit members. So without further ado, please present.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members. Appreciate it's a long day and we've still got a couple of items to go. So members will recall that we were here in January and took you through the first iterations of the scheme. We're back today to update you with the design changes that were suggested by members that we've been looking at and taking on board, a bit of an update on the community consultation, but also to feed members up, bring members up to speed with the landscaping proposal. So I'll hand over to Tom, our architect, who will take you through the slides.
Thank you, Tom. My name's Tom Smith. I'm from DLG Architects in Leeds. Never controlled this thing before. There we go. So we've showed you this viewpoint previously in January. The massing and the layout is largely the same. You were asked the question last time whether you were comfortable with the layout and the scale, and you confirmed that. There were a few minor comments that you had on the relationship between the office building and the former library building on the southeast corner of the site. So we've looked to address those comments, which I can go on to on the next slides. And also there's been some developments in the form of the pavilion in the northeast corner, which links that sits adjacent the commercial pub.
So just to recap, it's a high quality mixed use development. The uses around the site remain the same. The northeast corner, we've concentrated commercial activity set around a public square, retaining the commercial pub, albeit with an extension, and a multi-functional pavilion, which I can go on to discuss the uses that we're proposing for this. Then we have office and employment use fronting Marshall Street to continue the commercial activity. So this will be a continuation of the commercial activity that will go all the way from Tower Works and Water Lane down right the way through to the former library, which is also a office space currently. And I know that the client's been having some fruitful discussions with the owners about how we can, I mean, they're very keen to see development on this site, so how we could work together to enhance that corner. So as a quantum development, again, we're similar to where we were previously. One of your main comments from last time was around the provision of 3-bed units, and we've taken that away, reworked the plans, and we're happy to provide 10% 3 beds throughout the scheme. And I'll go on to talk about some of the details of these and some of the space standards and the suitability for families. Another thing to say is we've increased the amount of public open space generally on the site. I think we were at 23% previously, and we're now up at 30%. So it's a significant increase. In terms of consultations, we've had 3 main consultations. The first was part of the drop-in event, which was included councillors and other interest groups around Holbeck. And then we had a couple of events at St Matthew's Community Centre. I think everyone was largely positive about the scheme. I think, again, residents, particularly to the south of the site, are keen to see development of the site, and they see this as a linking site. I think one of the comments from residents was that this site along Marshall Street, it feels unsafe at night, and development through here will really, active frontages and some activity will really contribute to that link between the south of the site and the north. They feel quite detached currently from developments that happen to the north. Another thing was about provision for supermarkets, where they think in Holbeck it's a very poor provision for supermarkets, and they're so one of the people commented that they have to walk all the way to Bridgewater Place to go to the Tesco Express at the base there to do the shopping, because that's the only place they can get relatively reasonably priced fresh food. So it's quite a distance from the houses down there. So I think there's an opportunity with this site to allow the potential for some additional retail space to that effect. So housing mix, we're now up at 10%, and this is going to include some 14, this is for BTR 1 block, the build to rent block, to the north of the site, fronting Sweet Street. We're proposing 14 number ground floor duplex apartments, and these are going to be significant apartments. So we're talking 100 square metre plus apartments. So there's a 3-bed, 6-person units under space standards. So they're very generous, suitable for family living, multi-generational living. So there'll be all double bedrooms. You could have young and old living there. The older person could have a desk space in their bedroom, so they have that private space, which is important for, so this is genuine family living that we're proposing here. And then another one of your main comments was the relationship of the smaller office building to the former library, which is grade 2 listed. Previously, we were 9 meters away from the gable end, and we had a 4-story element adjacent. So we've taken those comments on board, and we've increased the gap to 12 meters, and we've dropped a story there. So now the effect is that the building sits below the ridgeline of the library, so it sits and it's subservient to the library. So I'm going to hand over to McDara now from LDA, who's going to talk you through the landscape strategy.
Hello, my name is McDara Nee. I'm a landscape architect with LDA Design. So in terms of open space, we've looked at the types of open space around the area, And it's mostly soft open space to the south and to the north, primarily hard open space. So this is, there's a real need for green open space in this part of the city, and this has guided our direction of the landscape master plan. And we have 4 overarching objectives to the landscape master plan. Those are weaving nature into the fabric of Holbeck, celebrating its heritage and history, living sustainably, and fostering a sense of community through equitable public realm. So for pedestrian movement and connectivity, this diagram shows how permeable the development will be, and it's really to encourage people to walk through the site and use the open spaces. Vehicular access and routes are arranged to the periphery of the site, and that's to create a central car-free zone that's pedestrian focused. So we've been working on the landscape master plan in the last couple of months, and we've developed the design in consultation with officers and the local community, and coordinated the master plan with the rest of our design team. So it's a fully worked out landscape master plan. This plan shows the extent of the roof terraces and green roofs that we'll be providing on this development. In terms of the scale of space, we're creating a new public open space in the south of Leeds, and it's comparable in size to Sovereign Square and then larger than Playhouse Gardens and Queen Square. So it will be an important contribution to the open space of the city. We've developed a number of character areas within the landscape. Oh, apologies. We've developed a number of character areas in the landscape, and these are just working names at the moment. We plan to develop them in future with, we've presented some options to the local community in consultation, but we'll look to firm these down in the future in consultation with the local community and other partners. So Sweet Street Square is really the heart of the development. It includes raised lawns, which provide places to linger and informal play, and it creates a visual link to the Holbeck Library. So it's really important that we tie back this currently isolated heritage asset back into the city. And then a large tree in the center of the space provides a focal point and signifies the heart of the space. So it's an active and dynamic space in the center of the scheme. It's active throughout the day, as you'll see from left to right. We have commercial spill out in block 1. The pub and the pavilion provide activity in the afternoons and evenings and into the night. And then the office will be active throughout the week during the day. Its relationship to the central landscape, or the square and central landscape, is important, as the central landscape provides pockets of seating and play features and appeals to all ages. And I think this zoom in of this square shows the relationship between the buildings and the open space, and the commercial spill out from both the pub and the ground floor block 1, and how they will activate the open space. So the central green is a green route through the center of the development and provides an ecological corridor. And the planting beds are made up primarily of rain gardens, which deal with surface water runoff. The paths are narrow and expand to create pockets of space, and then the planting of multi-stemmed trees create a sense of enclosure and privacy. But primarily it's a playful landscape, so it's for young and older people. Boardwalks across the rain gardens and play follies are dotted through the landscape to encourage people to explore the landscape.
10 minutes, Chair.
All right. This zoom-in plan shows a relationship.
Could you finish in about 2 minutes then, please?
Yep, okay. The central landscape shows a relationship here. The streets are really important, and they provide an interface between the development and the surrounding areas, promoting active travel and creating green corridors. And this visual shows a link between Sweet Street and the courtyards. So it encourages activity and encourages movement into the development, and planting softens the street scene. And here's a visual of that.
Shall I go through?
Yeah, do you want to go through?
I'll quickly, I'll flick past a couple of slides here. I mean, so this is one of the residential blocks. This is a built to rent block with present hub space in the middle, set around courtyards to either side. The upper floors, we've got a combination of 1s, 2s and 3 beds. The 3 beds you can see in green, picked out in green there. In terms of architectural treatments, we're proposing a tripartite form here, so with a top, middle and a bottom to work with the scale of the buildings. We're proposing a solid stone base and colonnade, which references some of the materials in the area, for example, Temple Works, which is stone, and then a multi-red brick in the main body of the buildings. Again, you see you see it a lot around Holbeck in both historic buildings and new developments. Some ideas on the thing. We're looking at interesting bitwork details, so soldier coursing, and just a bit additional architectural interest in the elevations here. So you can see a typical bay with a stone base and a brick main body. That's how that looks in the public square. This is the larger element. We're looking to have a different order here, where we've got stone banding every other floor, tying windows together with geometric tile patterns, and looking to pick out some accent colours in this to have some quite confident and happy buildings, rather than a lot of buildings have, they end up with quite dark windows throughout, and it can tend to look quite dour. So we're trying to avoid that here. Office building. Sorry.
Can I ask you to finish with a sentence? I'm sure members will bring out additional details in their question.
Yeah, my last point on the office. It's an office that fronts Marshall Street. It's a big move to try and activate Marshall Street. It's got a central entrance, and it's a big flexible office. I'll finish there, and we can pick it up in comments and questions.
As I say, now that we're open to questions, I'm sure members will tease out some of the issues that perhaps were a bit claggy. If I know the membership, and I think I do. Questions from members? Any hands? I can't see any hands. Shall we go to comments immediately? Comments? Is that a comment, Councillor Walshaw? Yeah, let's go to comments then. Please make it. You're first in.
Yeah, this is great. When's the full application coming in? That was my comment, Chair. It's more of a question than a comment, to be fair. No, in all seriousness, this is looks really good. It's moved on a lot. It feels like much more like a cohesive neighbourhood. Very much appreciate the amount of greenery. And it's very useful in the presentation to compare and contrast the amount of green space you're providing with recent green spaces in the city. I think that it reinforces a point, I think. It connects well to the surrounding area. It is not the greatest location at the moment, as residents pointed out in the consultation. So I think this is wholly positive. I've gone through the environmental stuff that wasn't included in the presentation, and that also is very strong, Chair. So yeah, this is really welcome. Yeah, thanks very much.
Al, please.
Yes, I like it now. I like it much better than before. I agree with what Neil said. I think it looks good, and it offers a lot of outdoor space, which is nice in a fairly imaginative way, which I like. One thing I would say is that Holbeck is not a completely supermarket-free zone. Venus Foods, to my mind, is a good supermarket which has a wide range of fruit and vegetables at reasonable prices. There, that's my commercial break.
Thanks, Albert. Thanks, Alice. But it is a point well made, I think, by the local community, that there is some distance to a supermarket. And is it? No, I mean the existing situation. Okay. I'm very happy whatever it ends up as long as the facilities are there for local people. Okay. Okay. Any other comments? No? Before we move on to our questions, then, can I say congratulations to the panel we have achieved 10% 3 bedrooms with your persistence. Well done. Yes, tap yourself on the back. Okay, can I ask you the questions? And on page 119, do members support the progress made on the design of the development? And that's a no, yes. Do members support the progress made on landscaping of the development? And it's a big yes too. Okay, that wasn't very painful, was it for you? Thank you very much and good afternoon. Thank you, Sarah. Can't promise you next one will be that easy. Can I ask the most pertinent question? Is it cheese or cake? Because we get to eat it afterwards. Okay, can we get down to business then? Andrew, do you want to say anything before the developers? No. You're there, here to answer questions if needed, but okay. Okay, can I thank you for coming? You didn't really have to wait too long, so I don't have to apologise for that. I know Tom, but I'm not sure about the rest of you. So as you know, you'll have about 10 minutes to present. I can be a little bit flexible on that, providing the time. But as you introduce, and you can start when you're ready, please introduce yourself for the panel members. So over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Tom Cook again, Zero Planning Consultants. We've got a major mixed-use scheme for you here on Water Lane that Jonathan's going to take you through. So we're delighted to show this to you. We've got a model, we've got some handouts as well, so we can work through that as we go through this afternoon. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jonathan Knowles. I'm the director from DLA Architecture. The person on my right is Andrew Salt, who's the lead designer of DLA, and we've got Mark Shilton, landscape architect. So that's my way of introduction, representing everyone. Okay, I'll try and keep this to 10 minutes. There's a few slides. The client's asked us to present on their behalf. It's a joint venture between Shelbourne and Stamford. there are a couple of examples of their current work here. They've got over 1 million square feet of development undergoing at the moment. The scheme bottom left is in Glasgow, which is the most similar to this, which is 850,000 square feet. So what's that? 770 or whatever square meters. Two of the buildings are on site, so they do deliver. They're not find a value for a site and then wander off. The scheme that we're looking at producing recognises that we've got it's a missing piece to South Bank. It's going to be something that is going to be occupier led. It's got a sustainable agenda, and obviously because of where it is, secure by design will be quite important. So in terms of the existing context, you can see where it sits directly behind Bridgewater Place. Currently the building is still on site, set back with surface level car park to Water Lane, so with a high fence around it, so it doesn't particularly engage. It's on the edge of the conservation area, and you can see through those 6 images at the bottom that there's quite a varied architectural style in the immediate vicinity. Obviously, Bridgewater Place being the one that's most striking, not necessarily the best, but obviously a very prominent building on the skyline of Leeds. So in terms of emerging context with View City, so you can see their proposed and developing site. So you can see there's significant change in character happening, particularly within the Holbeck Conservation Area. And we've just charted there a number of schemes that have been developed. Apologies if I'm going a bit too quick. So as we move on to what our proposals are, there are 5 buildings to the site. Blocks A, B, and H are what we're proposing as a detailed element, and C and D are the outline element. So it will come forward as a hybrid application for the entire site. A, B, C, and D are office use. H is hotel. The offices are proposed to have other uses at ground floor. The buildings themselves will sit around a central public space. Those are the uses within the ground floor of the office will face out onto that public space. So hoping to create animation and extended stay. In terms of the floor area, we're at about 800,000 square feet, 55% of it as part of the detail and 45 as part of the reserve matters or the outline element of the hybrid. So in terms of connectivity to the site, we're fully aware that it's there's quite a heavy highway network around the site, but there's also opportunity for pedestrian and cycler routes through there. And we're also very much aware of Backrow and the green link that that's creating, and that's been responded to as part of the design. Typical floor plans here just to show how the master plan works out. The little key diagram to bottom right shows the extent of what we believe the detailed and the outline element will be, the green being the detailed, the blue being the outline. So you can see there that what we are proposing is that the majority, if not all, of the public realm will sit as part of the first stage of development. So we're looking to create space and place as part of the development from the beginning, so to speak. So in terms of the way that those buildings work, A, B, C, and D, the bluey colour, although it looks green to me now, the bluey greeny colour is the sort of the office element, and then the grey bit is effectively the core. So the core where the loos, stairs, lifts, etc. are. The building on towards the right-hand side, the sort of pinky colour is the typical hotel bedroom block. So we've got bedrooms that overlook the arrival plaza, which we think is a key node point off Water Lane. And those also look over the arrival plaza and back towards the city. And then the majority then look into the communal public space, with 1 or 2 that overlook Bridgewater, but they overlook the office element of Bridgewater. But we believe we've set that block suitably apart for privacy. This is how the ground floor starts to work. So you can see here the offices A and B have entrances onto Water Lane that sit underneath the colonnade. So the blue elements are effectively the front doors of each of those offices. And then to the rear of those footplates, you've got the yellowy colour, which is what we see to be small scale retail or leisure. So you've got the typical type of accommodation that will help to promote that public space. The hotel has the entrance directly connected to the arrival plaza, with bar, restaurant at ground, and then, or sorry, bar at ground, and then restaurant at mezzanine that overlook the main public space. C and D at this point are not designed in detail, but it looks as if, but we are thinking that we'll be looking at something where you've got opportunity to create buildings in the round, very much in the same way as buildings A and B. We've got a couple of views now to go through to go around aerial views of the site. So looking from the south, you can see the arrival plaza, you can see the existing landscape and trees to water lane that we're retaining in their entirety. There's a stronger block of trees outside of block A, which is the building to the right. Block B, building in the centre, has fewer trees, but we'll be looking to part of the landscape to sort of reinforce them and continue with those. And questions on landscape in detail can be answered by Mark as part of the Q&A session. We've then got the view that looks between the office block A and B to give a view through to the central space, also showing the degree of permeability that we're offering now to the character of this site. As I mentioned, currently you've got a 2.5 metre metal railing and masonry piered fence to all sides, so it's very much a defensive site at the moment, whereas what we're suggesting is high proportion of public realm, high proportion of connectivity and permeability to the site. The site is seen to be something that will be open to the public at all times, so it's not a gated community in any way. And then we've got the aerial view from front row looking down into the site, and you can start to get a glimpse of the hotel building at the rear, with the large sort of picture windows that we're starting to think about for the bar restaurant area to give visual connectivity from out of the restaurant bar to the square and vice versa. And then finally, the view of the likely positioning of C and D and how we set those back to accommodate landscape as part of the Leeds vision for the Green Linkway, which is back row. I mean, this is something that we've discussed and debated for a while with the council. We believe that the actual route would be better and to bring people through the square, but into our square and through. But we'll show slides of how that works in a second. So in terms of making sure that we have a central public space that is vehicular free, for want of a better description, we've looked and spent some time looking at the strategy of servicing refuse collection, how people arrive by car, so that the square itself, it remains free of vehicles, with dedicated areas for refuse collection and the like, and also down to emergency vehicle and fire tender, so that we can understand that the public space and the soft landscape that we're creating is maintained throughout. We are using the existing service yard to the rear of Bridgewater Place, which sits adjacent to the pub, so that particular link through there is not seen as a pedestrian or a public route into the square, because it's quite a hostile environment, because it is a working service yard, and will continue to do so. So it serves us very well because there's a service yard there that we have rights to, and that will be the main connection point for the hotel. The hotel obviously been seen as the one that uses or has the most service requirements. We've entered into early stage wind assessment, and we're using RWDI, which we know is a preferred consultant of Leeds. Early studies have shown that whether we look at the slide on the left, which is all 5 buildings, or the slide on the right, which is phase 1, for want of a better description, that there's no detrimental effect to Bridgewater Place. And certainly as we get through development, it looks as though certainly comfort and safety will be well considered as part of design moving forward. So the next stage for the wind, assuming that we get some positive confirmation today, will be to start the wind assessment at the next level of detail to support the detailed application. So finally, in terms of how the basements work for the buildings, we've looked at detail for A, B, and the hotel. We've managed to put as much service plant down there as we can, also recognising that it's a flood risk to evaluate on the site. Car parking, electric charging cycles, mud cycles sit below the buildings and are accessed via a combined ramp. There will be a cycle hub down there, so you can arrive by bike or run. You can get showered, changed, do some modest bike repairs and the like, and then you can go go to work on the office floors above, or the bar restaurant, or whatever.
So 10 minutes, Chair.
Right. As part of the overall master plan, there's going to be roof terraces to the offices. There's going to be a bar restaurant, a sky bar to the hotel. In terms of the landscape, sorry, Mark, this is going to be quick. Central green core, which is the central space, we do think that this offers links through between the buildings to give a design line from Holbeck through back up to the city. The way that the public realm has started to work, it's taking historic reference from the industrial buildings and residential that were on the site historically. This has all been designed to a higher level where we started to look at how we connect the landscape to the perimeter of the site. That's how the scheme's starting to look. The scheme itself offers somewhere in the region of 60 new trees as part of the scheme. We've just shown there an example of how our public realm sits compared to 3 current Leeds schemes, so you can get a feel for size and scale. In terms of how we think the design of the buildings are going to work, we're looking at the historic context of the site. So industrial heritage and Hope Mill are playing a large part in that. The buildings, although we've got 2 different uses, have a family of feel. So we've got a base, a midpoint and a crown to each of the buildings, and they will work in similar ways depending on the use. In terms of materiality, the 2 office buildings, as part of the detailed element, we recognise their connectivity to the Holbeck, and therefore what we're looking at is earth tones, red brick terracotta in terms of colour, texture and feel, but produced in a innovative and modern way. And then we're thinking for the hotel that we might do something more playful and light with a smooth skinned building, and we could be looking at the flax flowers by way of colour and pattern to create some interest. This is the final view, and then we can go to questions. Sorry, it's been slightly long. This is looking from the canal basin over granary building to the buildings beyond. So obviously we've got our 3 buildings as part of the detail and Bridgewater Place on the left-hand side. And I'll now breathe. Thank you very much.
It's great. Thank you for that presentation. Questions from members? Kaylee.
Thanks, Chair. Will there be any active frontage? Because you're talking about permeability for pedestrians. Will there be any active frontage later on at night through the site, or is it going to be entirely office?
No, the intention is the ground floor of the offices, they'll have the office entrance and they will front onto Water Lane. But then within the building, in the square itself and the routes through that we're creating, they will all have active frontage that will be cafe, bar type thing. The hotel also, the bar part of the hotel will have a sliding folding front and they can spill out into the space. So everything looks into the space. The routes that where we have pedestrian and permeability routes through, they will all have active frontage onto them. Whether or not, that's where you might have service doors or substations or bits and pieces, but certainly as you walk and where you walk, it will be a space with, or a place with natural surveillance. Okay.
Has this been run through the Conservation Officer, and if so, what's his view?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, is the answer to that. We have had Conservation Officer comments as we go along, but because it's a pre-app, we haven't come to a view yet. The fact is, he and I will be far more interested in hearing the members' comments that will help guide us with further work.
Okay, Peter first, please.
Thanks, Chair. I think in terms of this site, I'm quite happy with the kind of uses on this, the way it's been approached. There's when you're walking around, and Colin was the one that pointed this out most on site, I mean, there is a bit of lack of greenery in that area. The only trees are the ones here that luckily are retained. So I just wonder around, we haven't seen the designs of buildings, but we've got some ideas of the tones, which look absolutely fine. But it's hard to get a view from this of looking at it and how it will look down the street. Because certainly what we'll want to be looking at is something that has a bit more life and greenery to it than what's in the surrounding area. And something that feels welcoming to go through, especially for the residents that are there already, and the new buildings that are going up everywhere else, so they'll be coming through. It's a little bit of a shame to me that building C can't have a corner cut off. I appreciate it's a service yard, but for that to be a way you get through to the Grove Inn, so that there would be, your way in, and then you could come back around out that we're angled the right way in its southeastern corner. Because I think that is an addition in the place, and you're providing a route through to something that currently doesn't have an attractive route through, and may help bring business through the other sides. But I think overall this is a positive step forward. I'd like to see a lot more detail in how it'll look in the design, but I'm happy with the uses and the massing and such.
Peter, Al, please.
Yes, thanks. I was going to say much the same, and particularly it's a great opportunity for the Grove Inn, and anything that provides a route through to there, if you can manage that, would be really good, because I think it's a big selling point for the area and of great interest to visitors.
Yes, you guessed. Like my colleagues, I'm also excited about the permeability. Yeah, and I think it'll just add an extra dimension to the area with the office use as well. So that there's more people coming to the area to spend their money and support the local economy, as well as to work.
Kaylee, don't see any more comments. Okay, can we go to the 4 questions that has been posed to us by officers? On page 146, do members consider the proposed use of the site for offices and a hotel is appropriate in principle? That's a big yes, yeah. Do members support the emergent scale and layout of the development? Another yes. Do members support the emerging public pedestrian routes and landscaping throughout and around the site? Yep. And finally, do members have any comments on the proposed level of car parking on the site? No? 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 Happy with it, I imagine? Yep. Okay. That's lovely. I did want to make a brief comment, and as I'm chair, I'll abuse my position. When we were on site today, we looked at the wind baffles for Bridgewater Place, and I know I'm not prejudging the outcome of your wind survey, but if you were to need baffles, could you actually take your guidance from the existing? Because members on site saw it very much as an example of modern abstract art. We'd like to sort of keep it in that lane. Just put it in there for comments for you.
Can I just say, Chair, the 3 baffles in the middle of the road can be passed as art, but round the side of the building, no.
Well, that's the beauty of art. You will always get somebody who disagrees with another person. Tom, final comment, please.
Thank you, Chair. I think obviously there's an issue at the moment in that there's nothing on that site. So the wind is coming from the southwest and literally going across it and getting to the junction. So in speaking with RWDI, we're pretty confident that we can kind of help the situation around there, and that's obviously what we're working to do. So yeah, it's forefront of our mind and very much our focus.
Lovely, thank you very much, and we look forward to it coming back as a full application. Thank you for presenting to us today. To members, that's the final item, and next meeting is on 16th of June. Yep. So see you all then. Safe journey home.